Chapter 564. Sky-flipping immortal art. The three bigwigs consumed a lot of quintessential essence. Lin Fei seized the opportunity to use an immortal art. It was a real immortal art that contained supreme celestial might, as if a real immortal had descended. A huge palm appeared above the three bigwigs, and their expressions changed drastically. You're not a bodiless immortal. How can you use a real immortal art? The three bigwigs were in despair. They could use their immortal artifacts, but they did not dare to use their celestial power. However, as soon as Lin Fei attacked, he used a true immortal technique that was supported by unparalleled immortal force. It was truly like slaughtering gods and destroying Buddhas, truly domineering. Bang! 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 The sky-flipping immortal art shattered the three bigwigs, and their primordial spirits could not escape. It was a true killing move. Sky-flipping immortal art worth 100 million points. Awesome! Lin Fei had bought this immortal art from the system store. It was a sky immortal art worth 100 million points. The attack is domineering, but consumes a lot of celestial power. Lin Fei's heart ached. I can use this attack 6 times at most before I run out of celestial power. Return. After killing 3 mid-tier bodiless immortals with 1 palm strike, Lin Fei retrieved the remaining celestial power. 3 immortal artifacts. Not bad. The 3 immortal artifacts were all mid-tier bodiless immortals, and they were all offensive weapons. There are still some bodiless immortals over there. Kill them as well. If the opponents were not high-level bodiless immortals, Lin Fei could easily kill them. Only high-level bodiless immortals could contend with them in terms of offense and defense. 1 hour later, the divine flame space quieted down. The 8 bigwigs and the other bodiless immortals were all dead. The 4 evildoers were veteran high-level bodiless immortals. It was not difficult for them to deal with these high-level bodiless immortals. We finally killed them all. Lin Fei killed the last mid-tier bodiless immortal, and the rest stopped. Kid, you used an immortal art just now, right? It looks like a sky immortal art. The Invincible true immortal chuckled. You even know that? Which high-level bodiless immortal on our continent doesn't have a celestial art of the heavenly immortal level? However, these celestial arts consume too much immortal force. They won't use them unless it's absolutely necessary. Lin Fei suddenly understood. What about them? What kind of high-level loose immortals are they? They don't even have a complete celestial immortal grade immortal technique. How dare they call themselves high-level loose immortals? True Immortal Wine said disdainfully. This was the first time Lin Fei had heard of such a thing. Seniors, there are still some loose immortals outside. I need you to suppress them. In the main hall of the mansion, no one dared to leave. The 8 bosses had all disappeared. They wanted to leave, but if they waited for the 8 bosses to come out, it would be hard for them to face them. Although everyone was nervous, they waited at the scene. When Lin Fei came out, everyone was dumbfounded. Then, there were waves of tyrannical auras. The 8 big shots that they had always wanted to see had not appeared at this time. If I were you, I'd rather eat and drink here than take half a step out. A cup of fine wine appeared in Lin Fei's hand. He was very leisurely. Seeing this scene, cold sweat appeared on everyone's foreheads. It seemed like something had happened to the big shots. The situation was very clear. Lin Fei had appeared, but the others did not. Even a fool would know what was going on. Where did our gang leader go? In the mansion, the subordinates of the big shots were all present. Lin Fei suppressed them with his divine sense, and they completely lost their combat strength. The few leaders were directly killed, and the remaining people were frightened. It's over. It's all over. No one expected that there would be high-level loose immortals by Lin Fei's side. The next day, the 8 big gangs in Sin Paradise were wiped out in a single night. It was the mythological tower. The upper echelons of the 8 big gangs were all killed. No one was left alive. Their subordinates were also rapidly devoured. In a single night, the top of the city changed. The 8 big shots were wiped out by the mythological tower. Everyone felt fear for no reason. This was especially so for some of the major factions. They had always maintained a neutral stance, but after hearing about this, everyone was tempted. The mythological tower was too domineering. They had wiped out 8 big gangs in a single breath. Their strength was second to none, and their influence had also expanded to every corner of Sin Paradise. Before they could make a choice, an invitation was delivered to them. When the remaining big shots saw the invitation, they understood one thing. It was time for them to make a choice. Enemy or submit? Everyone knew that the 8 big gangs had high-level loose immortals guarding them. However, they had all been wiped out in a single night. As a result, the mythological tower's strength had increased greatly in a single night. 3 days later, the remaining big shots of Sin Paradise were invited to a banquet and made their final decision. As for what they had discussed during the meeting, no one knew. The only thing everyone knew was that after the banquet, these big shots had all joined the mythological tower. Originally, they could still contend against them. However, after they joined the mythological tower, everyone was shocked. After that, the news that the mythological tower was going to auction off 3 rare medicinal pills caused quite a storm. Everyone knew about it. The high-level loose immortals of Sin Paradise don't dare to make a move now. Inside the mythological tower, Shang Wanhong was drinking wine with a happy expression on his face. After dealing with the Hongmen banquet, the mythological tower had annexed many factions, big and small. They had also paid a price to recruit the remaining big shots. Their faction had snowballed, becoming the #1 faction in Sin Paradise. That's it for now. Lin Fei really wanted to get rid of the high-level loose immortals of Sin Paradise, but he couldn't for the time being. Hand over what needs to be handed over. Let's ease things up first. In the words of the 4 great fiends, every single one of those high-level loose immortals was a 9th tribulation loose immortal. They had powerful combat prowess, and they were only a step away from becoming heavenly immortals. Once they became heavenly immortals, they would be peak heavenly immortals among heavenly immortals. Even though Lin Fei had recruited quite a few high-level loose immortals, there was still a gap in strength between them and the high-level loose immortals. Since they were only a step away from becoming heavenly immortals, there were very few people worthy of them making a move. Even if the 4 great fiends worked together, they wouldn't be easy to deal with. Hence, they didn't shed all pretense of cordiality. I think that's the only way, Shang Wanhong said. 9th tribulation loose immortals won't make a move easily. They're too strong. Once they make a move, they might attract the heavenly tribulation. They won't make a move unless it's absolutely necessary. 9th tribulation loose immortals couldn't fight them for the time being. Since they couldn't fight them, Lin Fei naturally chose to not offend them. I'll leave the auction house's elixir auction to you guys. You're going back? The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon asked. Lin Fei nodded. They've probed me a few times, and I think they're going to make a move on me. Hence, I have to make a trip back. Lin Fei's clone was in the mighty god Empire, so he could communicate with him. Hence, he naturally knew about the Empire's little probing. Moreover, he had been out for almost half a year, so it was time for him to return. With the 4 great fiends overseeing the mythical tower, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. With the 3 types of elixirs being auctioned, Lin Fei believed that the mythical tower's reputation would spread rapidly. After all, it was to increase the sect's prestige. Don't worry and go back, Shang Wanhong said. Nothing will happen here. That night, Lin Fei and Jin Feng had an intimate moment. During this time, Jin Feng said, "I want a child." At that time, Lin Fei was surprised. "You want a child?" Jin Feng was very serious. "You're usually very busy, and the continent seems to be very chaotic. I feel very lonely by myself. It'll be different if I have a child." After coming to this continent for more than 10 years, Lin Fei really hadn't thought about it. "If you want a child, then let's make one. It'll be best if you give birth to a beautiful little girl." Lin Fei didn't refuse. For an expert of his level, having a child was also a matter of a thought. If he was willing, he could have as many children as he wanted. If he didn't want to have children, no one could force him. Lin Fei also felt that he should leave a bloodline for himself. As his strength increased, he was already in the immortal emperor realm. After accumulating more and more strength, he could try to break through to the heaven immortal realm. He wasn't too sure how the system would break through to the heaven immortal realm. It would be good to leave a bloodline. The accumulation of the immortal emperor realm required too much true essence. According to Lin Fei's calculations, the accumulation would reach the limit in less than 10 years. At that time, it would be time for him to break through. Tenjin Temple. Lin Fei's doppelganger had always been here at the Tenjin Temple. In half a year, he rarely left. His office was moved to the Tenjin Temple. On this day, Lin Fei returned from the outside and replaced the doppelganger. When Lin Jiqing heard about it, she immediately came back. Fortunately, you are back. What's the reaction of the mighty god empire recently? After leaving for half a year, Lin Fei was sure that the mighty god empire had contacted some big forces. Recently, there are many spies outside the Tenjin Temple. All of them are spies from the empire's royal family. Lin Jiqing said. Moreover, the royal family has a group of powerful experts. All of them have the battle power of a loose immortal. Another mysterious expert. Lin Fei thought of the unfalling dynasty. Didn't the war god sect destroy the unfalling dynasty with the help of a group of mysterious experts? Lin Fei remembered this matter clearly. How did you know? Lin Fei recounted what had happened after he returned. He mainly mentioned that a group of experts had appeared in the war god sect. In the end, this group of experts had self-destructed. It seems like this force is very, very powerful. Lin Jiqing's tone was solemn. The mighty god empire has a group of experts. We went to investigate and found that they are all royal family disciples. Their talent is not very good. But now, all of them have the battle power of a loose immortal. According to your calculations, this is not happening only in the mighty god empire. It seems like the continent is really going to change. Ever since Lin Fei's main body had left, Lin Jiqing had been in charge of the Holy Hall's matters. Through her subordinates, she had learned some things about the Holy Hall's inspectors. Among them, the Empire's experts were the most eye-catching. After the addition of a group of loose immortals, the mighty god Empire's battle power soared, suppressing the surrounding empires. In just half a year, they had conquered 3 empires. Conquering 3 empires in half a year. What did this mean? This was absolutely impossible. Every empire was very powerful, but the mighty god empire had done it. They had conquered 3 empires in half a year. Lin Fei thought of the underground teleportation tower. Maybe the problem lied in it. That was a passage to cross over to another world. Tenjin Temple must be careful. I suspect that the mighty god empire will soon reveal their ambition. Lin Fei didn't think that the Saint Hall was very powerful. He didn't see any fear in the mighty god empire. Why did they endure it the last time? It seemed like they were trying to stabilize themselves. Thinking about it carefully, Lin Fei really did think of some problems. The mighty god empire was trying to express a certain meaning. I have already sent people to keep an eye on the princes of the royal family. If there is any movement, we will know immediately. Lin Jiqing nodded. Tonight, I will personally go to the royal family to investigate. It's too dangerous. Lin Jiqing had the battle power of a third tribulation loose immortal. She knew how terrifying the mighty god empire was. Now it was different from the past. She was worried that if she went to investigate, she would be trapped. Lin Fei smiled. It's fine. I have recently mastered another method. They might not be able to see through it. Chapter 565. The mighty god empire was shrouded in darkness. Cheers and laughter could be heard everywhere. As the citizens of the empire, what they loved the most was the empire's continuous expansion. They would enjoy the benefits of the empire's expansion. In half a year, the mighty god empire had destroyed 3 empires, expanding their territory many times over. The citizens of the imperial capital were in a state of excitement every day. A speck of dust flew past in the dark night. It was so fast that no one could detect its presence. Lin Fei controlled the speck of dust and aimed it at the imperial palace. After returning from the outside, Lin Fei didn't relax. Instead, he felt an invisible pressure. He wouldn't feel at ease until he figured out what was going on. An empire, a dynasty, both had their similarities. Lin Fei was a person who was searching for his roots. No matter what, he had to get to the bottom of it. With the help of the divine flame space, Lin Fei easily entered the imperial palace. Hiding in the divine flame space, Lin Fei wasn't worried about being discovered. The speck of dust in the divine flame space didn't carry any aura. It was exactly the same as the surrounding speck of dust. No one would be able to tell the difference. Lin Fei headed straight for the imperial palace. If he wanted to understand the situation, he had to start from the imperial palace. Perhaps it was the wrong time, but the imperial palace was very quiet. There wasn't a single person in sight. This was out of Lin Fei's expectation. Not here. The mighty god empire had been victorious in every battle. The imperial palace should be celebrating every day. He couldn't find anyone in the imperial palace, nor could he see Emperor Xia. Lin Fei didn't mind. It was still early, and he could find the result he wanted. Coming out of the imperial palace, Lin Fei prepared to find the princes. The imperial palace of the mighty god empire was huge. The princes who were supposed to be sent out were now living in the huge imperial palace. First prince, third prince, eighth prince. Just as Lin Fei was about to go find the princes, 3 figures appeared on the street outside. Lin Fei recognized them at a glance. In the Holy Church branch, there was information on the members of the imperial family. Among them, the eldest prince, the third prince, and the 8th prince were the 3 most promising princes. According to the analysis of the Templar branch, in the future when Emperor Xia abdicates, these 3 princes are currently the most qualified to become the next Emperor Xia. Each of them had a faction behind them, and they were equally matched. In order to fight for the throne, the competition was exceptionally intense. Their auras, even though they were in the divine flame space, Lin Fei could sense that their auras were somewhat familiar. Men in black, Lin Fei remembered. When the black-clothed men from the war god sect self-detonated, they had this kind of aura. Lin Fei controlled the dust and placed it on the first prince. He believed that they would appear together and would not disappoint him. The 3 of them did not speak along the way, and their faces were expressionless. First, they arrived at a side hall. It was a very remote place in the imperial palace. Most people would not have thought that this side hall would have a completely different world. Underground, the 3 princes walked into the side palace. Then, just as Lin Fei had guessed, a teleportation matrix appeared inside the side palace. It was a small-scale teleportation matrix. When the 3 of them came out again, they were in a huge underground kingdom. It's the teleportation tower again. When they arrived at the underground kingdom, Lin Fei found that the people below were all loose immortal experts. There were no less than 1,000 of them, and they formed a huge aura. He was shocked. When the 3 princes appeared, people immediately came to greet them. Princes, His Majesty has orders. You are to go over there immediately. Prepare to activate the teleportation tower. Lin Fei understood that the place they were talking about might be the place where he would unravel the mystery. To go or not to go? In the end, Lin Fei decided to go with them. He was confident in his divine flame space clone. Outsiders should not be able to detect it. He was at least 90% sure. When a huge teleportation tower appeared in front of them, Lin Fei had guessed that the mighty god empire must be related to this. The only thing he did not expect was that they had built a teleportation tower under the imperial palace. Judging from a scale, this teleportation tower was not small. The 3 princes stepped into the teleportation tower. Immediately, someone opened it. With a flash of white light, the 3 of them disappeared. It really is a spatial tunnel. It was like a tunnel, boundless and endless. This was the first time Lin Fei had traveled through such a tunnel. The process didn't take long. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, they appeared in a dark plain. The entire world was a hazy gray. Outsiders. It's actually the outsiders. When he saw the vast horde of outsiders on the plain, Lin Fei was shocked. Although he had his guesses, when he saw the horde of outsiders, Lin Fei was still stunned. At the end of the teleportation tower was the outsider's world. Lin Fei immediately understood that he was not in the Xintian continent. He was in the outsider's world. Everything below the heaven realm belonged to the mortal world. The mortal world didn't just consist of the Shantian continent. The entire mortal world was made up of countless worlds of various sizes, some strong and some weak. The Outsiders' world was an extremely powerful world. They were a race with enormous ambitions, constantly invading different worlds. Even Lin Fei felt a headache coming on when he saw that vast horde of outsiders. The Outsiders had used an ancient method to build the teleportation tower and had also roped in the empire and dynasty. In an instant, Lin Fei understood everything. Building a teleportation tower wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. It would take an endless amount of time, and the Outsiders' battlefront was just a distraction. Lin Fei couldn't figure out how they could hide from the experts of the Shantian continent. If the Outsiders built a teleportation tower in the Shantian continent, it should be easy to detect. How could they not detect it? When the three princes came out, their faces were no longer expressionless. Under the guidance of an outsider, they boarded an enormous warship. Lin Fei noticed that this outsider's world was extremely desolate, not as prosperous as the Shantian continent. At the same time, the climate was extremely harsh. As Lin Fei saw it, only the outsiders could survive in such a harsh climate. If it were humans, they would have to be at least at the Xian zone level to survive. An hour later, the warship landed on an enormous plaza. Lin Fei saw a strange scene. One by one, humans were topless. Their bodies were surrounded by green runes that were filled with a strange aura. Their faces were sometimes in pain, sometimes in pleasure. Ah! At this moment, a human screamed. An outsider's shadow appeared above his head. Then his strength soared all the way to the peak of the first tribulation, loose immortal before stopping. No wonder the aura on those people was so uncomfortable. They used a secret technique of the outsiders. Lin Fei came to a realization. The mighty god empire probably used this method to produce a batch of experts. As Lin Fei observed, people kept breaking through and entered the loose immortal level. To become a loose immortal, apart from luck, one needed time and resources. But this method was too fast. Lin Fei could see that these people only had a lifespan of 100 or 200 years. After that, they would all die. They used their entire lives in exchange for increasing their strength. For those who couldn't increase their strength, it was completely worth it to use 200 years in exchange for the power of a loose immortal. It was rare to have the power of a loose immortal. Many people were willing to pay the price. Then, a huge black palace appeared in front of Lin Fei. This should be the vanguard camp, Lin Fei guessed. At the same time, he controlled the Godfire's space to cover his aura. This was to prevent any changes from attracting attention. This was a world dominated by the outsiders. Lin Fei had to be careful. Even though this was a vanguard camp, he had to be very, very careful. If he was discovered, Lin Fei didn't think he could fight them. When the three princes walked into the Black Palace, Lin Fei immediately discovered that there were many humans in the palace. They were all well-behaved. There were many high-level outsiders. Each of them had the strength of a mid-level loose immortal. After they entered, they soon arrived in front of a small palace. Father, when they entered, Emperor Xia and a few other humans were sitting inside. I was wondering why I couldn't see Emperor Xia. So he came to this outsider's world. Lin Fei recognized this Emperor Xia. He was different from the records. At the very least, he was a high-level loose immortal. Hurry up and greet Commander Shalala, Emperor Xia said to them. Sitting next to Emperor Xia was an outsider with a vertical eye. His aura was no weaker than Emperor Xia's. Greetings, Commander, the three princes said hurriedly. They didn't dare to disobey Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia, your three sons are not bad, Shalala said, but they're a bit weak. Emperor Xia laughed dryly. Shalala, my three sons are dragons among men. Although they're a bit weak, it's not a big problem. Lin Fei listened. Only then did he realize that this Emperor Xia was quite ambitious. He was trying to use his own sons to form a marriage alliance and curry favor with Commander Shalala. In the future, when we become brothers in arms, our mighty god empire will stand firmly on your side, Emperor Xia said straightforwardly. Shalala said straightforwardly. Your 3 sons are indeed dragons among men. I don't know which one my daughter likes. I can only say that it's up to her. Hurry up and thank Commander Shalala. Emperor Xia said, this is your lifetime's worth of good fortune. As the emperor of the mighty God Empire, Emperor Xia had pledged his allegiance to the outsiders. If he wanted to stand firm in the future, he needed a backer. Shalala was one of the backers that Emperor Xia had chosen. About half an hour later, Shalala stood up and prepared to leave. At this time, Lin Fei separated himself from the eldest prince and landed on Commander Shalala's back. Lin Fei might not have been able to learn anything from Emperor Xia and the others, but this Commander Shalala was different. From Emperor Xia's flattery, it could be seen that this Commander Shalala had a lot of power in this place. Even Emperor Xia had to use his own sons to curry favor with him. After Commander Shalala left, along the way, all the outsiders and humans lowered their heads, not daring to breathe loudly. This guy's power is really high. This palace was very big. Shalala walked for a long time and finally arrived in front of palace. Shalala requests to see the Fox Lady. At the entrance, Shalala was stopped by 2 powerful outsiders' guards. Fox Lady, is she the leader of this stronghold? After a while, the outsiders' guards came out again. Go in. Shalala's face did not show any displeasure. After entering the palace, Lin Fei immediately noticed that there was something different about this small palace. Every part of it was exquisite, unlike the rough exterior. Then, Lin Fei saw 6 maids. Every one of them was enchanting. More importantly, the long tails behind them added to their allure. Demon race? Lin Fei was confused again. Above the 6 maids was a round table. The round table was decorated in an antique style. A pink chiffon separated the inside from the outside. Vaguely, one could see a woman lying inside. Greetings, Fox Lady. Shalala knelt down on one knee. Lin Fei was surprised. Shalala was a high-level loose immortal, but he still had to kneel. Get up. A lazy voice came from inside. What's the matter? The mighty God Empire is ready. Emperor Xia wants to know when our army will land on the Shantian continent. Shalala asked respectfully. This is not something you should ask. It was still a lazy voice, but cold sweat appeared on Shalala's forehead. Go back and tell Emperor Xia that we will be notified when we will march on the continent. There is no need to rush. Yes. Shalala nodded. Have you found the person I want you to find? Yes. Shalala said. That person has become the supervisor of the Templar Church. He is currently in charge of the Templar Church branch in the mighty God Empire. Do you need me to capture him? Go and tell Emperor Xia to bring this Lin Fei here. Yes. Lin Fei, who had been paying attention, showed a rare look of doubt. Who is this Fox Lady? I don't know her. Why would I want Emperor Xia to bring me here? I don't remember offending this Fox Lady. In his memory, Lin Fei had never had any dealings with the demon race. Now that someone wanted to deal with him, he couldn't figure it out. Stop! Shalala, who was walking outside, suddenly heard a voice coming from behind her. Lady Fox Lady, is there anything else? Did you see a stranger from the human race today? Shalala didn't understand. Emperor Xia's 3 sons came. I met with them. Go down. The voice was filled with doubt. Lin Fei's heart moved. Could it be that this Fox Lady sensed something? After coming out, Shalala let out a long sigh of relief. What's wrong with the Fox Lady today? Shalala said to herself. Could it be that she is interested in the 3 princes? That shouldn't be possible. The Fox Lady doesn't seem to like men. Lin Fei didn't leave. Although he wanted to know what this Fox Lady's background was, knowing that the mighty God Empire had colluded with the foreign races was enough. Perhaps the war on the continent was also provoked by the foreign races. If that was the case, it would be really troublesome. Who knew how many empires had colluded with the foreign races? If the army landed, it would be a one-sided situation. The foreign races were innately stronger than the human race. Shalala walked back and once again summoned Emperor Xia to convey the Fox Lady's opinion. Please help me tell Lady Fox Lady that this emperor will definitely bring Lin Fei to the savage world. Emperor Xia promised, I will definitely not let the commander down. Chapter 566. We've all been tricked by the foreign race's scheme. On that day, Lin Fei returned from the savage world and told her everything that had happened there. Lin Fei did not dare to talk about this level of information to others. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause a stir in the continent. Lin Fei could only tell Lin Jiqing. They have paid a huge price for this day. The war will start soon. Lin Fei could do nothing about it. The mighty god empire has already sided with the foreign races. Many of the other empires have also sided with them, not to mention the dynasties below them. Lin Fei did not need to guess to know that this grand plan had taken hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years. Unfortunately, he had encountered it. Emperor Xia wants to deal with you. Should we make a move, or... Lin Jiqing was a decisive person. After having a man, she started to think for him. Lin Fei was conflicted. I'm thinking, I don't know the fox girl from the outside world. From her tone, she seems to know me very well. Her killing intent is not small. I really don't know how I offended such a person. After returning, Lin Fei had been thinking about this fox girl. Unfortunately, he had not found anything. Emperor Xia is extremely powerful now. According to the fox girl's request, he will invite you soon. As the supervisor, you have to give him face. Lin Jiqing was also worried. Why don't we leave? The mighty god empire was extremely powerful now. They had colluded with the foreign races. Emperor Xia himself was a high-level loose immortal. If that did not work, they could only choose to hide for a period of time. No need. Lin Fei shook his head. I also want to meet this fox girl. Why does she want to make a move on me? Don't worry. I won't go with my main body. My doppelganger can go in my place. Lin Jiqing suddenly understood. How could I forget that you have a doppelganger? However, sacrificing a doppelganger won't affect you much. Lin Fei smiled. It doesn't matter. I can have as many doppelgangers as I want. The doppelganger technique that he cultivated was different from the second doppelganger. It did not matter how many he lost. Do you want to inform the Saint Hall? This was also something that Lin Fei was conflicted about. Report? Don't report it? Lin Fei believed that as long as he reported it to the higher-ups, he would definitely be stopped. The news might not reach the higher-ups, and it might even alert the enemy. We'll see how it goes. In fact, Lin Fei had long been aware of the fluctuations within the Saint Hall. He believed that the Saint Hall had already received the news. Since that was the case, it did not matter much whether he reported it or not. In any case, it was obvious that the Saint Hall would not be able to do anything about it. You'd better let the sect master be prepared. Lin Fei reminded. If the alien army comes ashore, the Tenjin Temple will be the first target. I wonder if the sect leader will agree to this. Lin Jiqing was worried. You are the Holy Virgin of Tenjin Temple. You can call for help and contact people you trust. You'd better be prepared. As expected, on the afternoon of the second day, Emperor Xia arranged for someone to deliver an invitation letter, inviting Lin Fei to be his guest. As expected, he's here. Lin Fei received the invitation, but he did not accept it. You want me to go over with just one invitation? In your dreams. Do you really think that you have such a high status? Needless to say, Lin Fei's move was very effective. After provoking Emperor Xia for a few days, Lin Fei reluctantly agreed. As for Emperor Xia's mood, Lin Fei did not know. If the doppelganger is destroyed, we will leave immediately. Lin Fei was very strong. The mighty god Empire's current strength was not bad, especially after communicating with the savage world. It was not worth it to fight with such a behemoth. Once the doppelganger was destroyed in the savage world, Lin Fei did not plan to stay in a mighty god empire any longer. Grand Palace Master does not believe it. Lin Jiqing looked worried. Such a big event like the alien invasion. Unless they see it with their own eyes, they will not agree. A bunch of stubborn old fools. Lin Fei cursed. Forget it, when the time comes, I will personally go and talk to them. If they really don't want to leave, it's their problem. Lin Fei did not want to give up on the Tenjin Temple. If there was a chance, he would fight for it again. He would not give up on this force until the time was right. That night, the person arranged by Emperor Xia came. Supervisor Lin, His Majesty specially asked me to pick you up. Lead the way. Lin Fei boarded the carriage. This doppelganger was also an emperor. This time, he did not bring any treasures to the savage world. If the other side attacked, it would be almost impossible to return. Since this was the case, Lin Fei was too lazy to continue wasting time. If he did not bring any equipment, he would not be in a good mood even if he lost them. A dozen Emperor-level doppelgangers might be good on the continent, but in the savage world, they were nothing. They could be easily killed. Supervisor Lin, you really made it easy for me to invite you. Emperor Xia welcomed him with a smile. Emperor Xia, as the supervisor, I am very busy. Please don't take it to heart, Lin Fei said seriously. No one could find an excuse for him. Emperor Xia was indeed very angry. He had invited him many times, but he did not come. He was clearly not giving him face. If it was not for the fact that he could not go against the Saint Hall, Emperor Xia would have personally captured him. When Lin Fei finally came, Emperor Xia was relieved. Now that he had come to his territory, he would not be able to escape from his hands. This emperor can understand this. Emperor Xia said, Supervisor Lin, this emperor has an important matter that I need you to convey to the higher-ups of the Saint Hall. Here comes the show. Lin Fei hurriedly revealed a solemn expression. Could it be that something big has happened? Emperor Xia looked around with a solemn expression. This place is not safe. Let's change to another place. This emperor has been infiltrated by a mysterious force. Lin Fei had a look of surprise. It seems that this matter is very serious. If it is really something big, I will definitely convey it to the higher-ups. Let's change to another place. If it wasn't for Lin Fei knowing beforehand, he might really believe Emperor Xia's words. Whether it was his emotions or the fluctuations of his divine sense, without exception, this matter was extremely serious. Very quickly, the two of them changed to another place. Teleportation array. Lin Fei revealed a look of surprise. Is it really that serious? Everyone by this emperor's side is trustworthy. Emperor Xia said solemnly. Behind this teleportation array is a space that I refined. Apart from me, no one else can enter this teleportation array. Lin Fei revealed a look of realization. He thought to himself, You old fellow, you really know how to hold banquets. The two of them entered the teleportation array. Emperor Xia secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was quite proud of himself. And here I thought that this Lin Fei would be powerful, but in the end, he still fell for it. Now that we are in the savage world, there is no need for you to return. We are here. When the two of them appeared, Emperor Xia, what is the meaning of this? As soon as Lin Fei appeared, a black mass of foreign races surrounded him. They formed a spear and locked their killing intent onto him. Lady Fox Girl wants to see you. Emperor Xia's tone changed. Xia Emperor, how dare you collude with the foreign races? Lin Fei was enraged as he roared out. Emperor Xia lightly said, Don't make it sound so bad. This is not colluding with the foreign races. It is just a choice. What's so bad about choosing the foreign races? At least they're stronger than us humans. You should think about yourself. If you don't want to die here, it is best if you don't do anything extreme. Lin Fei's anger had not subsided yet. Sooner or later, you will regret your choice. The commander is here. Commander Shalala arrived. His gaze was dignified. Emperor Xia, is he that Lin Fei? Emperor Xia respectfully said, He is the Lin Fei that the fox girl wanted to see. I have successfully brought him here. Lin Fei? I don't think so. Shalala had a look of disdain. I really don't know why the fox girl wants to see you. Now come with me. Lin Fei was very straightforward. It is not a dragon's den. If you want to go, then go. What is there to worry about? Once again, they arrived at their original position. Lady Fox Girl, we have brought the person you wanted to see. Bring him in. Shalala and Emperor Xia brought Lin Fei in. Just like the last time they met, the figure on the round platform was still faintly discernible, and there was a faint fragrance in the air. Greetings, Fox Girl. Shalala and Emperor Xia spoke in unison. Shalala, Emperor Xia, you have done well. A seductive voice came from behind the veil. Now you can go out. Without my permission, no one is allowed to come in. Yes. The fox girls standing around the round platform soon disappeared. Only the fox girl and Lin Fei were left in the hall. Lin Fei, Do you know that I hate you very much? What was going on? Lin Fei was confused. This was the most inexplicable thing in the world. Well, I have nothing to do with you. Can you explain things clearly so that I can understand? You deserve to die. You must die. Inside the round platform, the fox girl's cold voice came out. The temperature in the hall instantly dropped. It was a killing intent that came from the depths of her heart. Even a resentful woman's killing intent was not this heavy, right? Lin Fei muttered in his heart. Hey, if you want to kill me, you have to tell me the reason, okay? Lin Fei was speechless. I thought that you would be very powerful, but now it seems that you are only SOSO. The voice from the round platform continued. I will only feel comfortable after I kill you. Lin Fei was infuriated. He kept talking about killing. What was this? Damn, you want to kill me? This father will kill you. No one would feel good if a complete stranger were to threaten to kill them. Lin Fei was no exception. He raised his hand and sent a palm strike over. This palm contained the strength of more than 10 emperors of Lin Fei. Its power was peerless. Resist, the strength that you are so proud of is too weak in my eyes. A white light slashed out from the round platform, shattering Lin Fei's attack. The white light continued to slash down. Killing an ant like you is a waste of my hands and feet. Fox girl, I will remember you. Lin Fei did not block it. This attack was no weaker than a high-level loose immortal's attack. It was purposely trying to kill Lin Fei in one hit. Boom! The white light slashed onto Lin Fei's body. This clone also shattered. Lin Fei chose to self-destruct. He would not let the other party kill him for nothing. He had to teach the other party a lesson. Clone? Lin Fei's self-destruction was equivalent to the self-destruction of more than 10 emperors. The space immediately collapsed, and a huge self-destruction force swept out. Suddenly, a white light appeared on the round platform, and a huge white fox appeared out of thin air. It opened its mouth and swallowed the power of the explosion in one gulp. Lord Fox Girl, what happened? Shah Alala and Emperor Xia rushed in. In the main hall, other than the round platform, the other places were razed to the ground. Emperor Xia, what are you doing? Emperor Xia's expression changed. He lowered his head. Lord Fox Girl, what did I do wrong? His mind was spinning rapidly. He could not understand what he had done wrong. Shah Alala, who was next to her, had the same expression. Fox Lady, is there a misunderstanding? Emperor Xia is diligent. Diligent. I want to ask Emperor Xia, why did you send a clone over? Fox Girl laughed. Her tone was full of sarcasm. Chapter 567. Emperor Xia finally understood why the vixen was so angry. Lin Fei didn't come with his main body, but with a clone. The vixen couldn't help but be angry. With Lin Fei's strength, it's impossible for him to create a clone, unless it's a second primordial spirit. No, it's impossible for Lin Fei to have a second primordial spirit. Emperor Xia defended himself. If he didn't leave an explanation for this, Emperor Xia would definitely leave an impression of incompetence in the eyes of the vixen. The Xia Emperor absolutely did not wish for such a thing to happen. However, he would never have imagined that Lin Fei would send a clone over. But given Lin Fei's level of cultivation and his level of strength, it would be very difficult for him to create a clone. A clone could only be created by a high-level loose immortal. This clone's strength was at the level of an emperor. After all, a clone only had a portion of the main body's strength. If Lin Fei came with a clone, Emperor Xia, who was a high-level loose immortal, would be able to tell at a glance. But reality proved that he was wrong. Second primordial spirit? Emperor Xia directly denied it. Second primordial spirits were very difficult to cultivate and required special materials. Emperor Xia knew that those who cultivated second primordial spirits cared a lot about their primordial spirits. Would Lin Fei arrange for a second primordial spirit to come? That was impossible. Then the only possibility was that Lin Fei used a secret technique to create a clone. This clone was exactly the same as the main body. Even the aura was the same. Lord Vixen, this matter shouldn't be blamed on Emperor Xia. Shah Alala explained for Emperor Xia. Lin Fei is too cunning. I don't know how he knew our secret in advance. I think it's necessary to bring forward the Empire's matter. Emperor Xia hurriedly fought for an opportunity for himself. Lord Vixen, you must forgive me. I was tricked by Lin Fei. There definitely won't be a next time. From the bottom of his heart, Emperor Xia hated Lin Fei to death. He wanted to kill him immediately. He almost had no impression of him at all. Emperor Xia knew better than anyone that if he left a bad impression, he would be finished. Fox Vixen was the holy maiden who supervised the war. Every region had a holy maiden in charge of supervising the war. It was conceivable that if Emperor Xia left a bad impression, it could be said that he had offended the saint of the highest level. A single word from him would be enough to erase all the credit. As for the rest, there was no need to think about it. We'll attack in 3 days. The fox girl had never felt so humiliated before. She had been played by a clone. Thinking about this, she immediately gnashed her teeth. Understood. Shalala and the Xia Emperor immediately nodded. He could finally make his move. What about this Lin Fei? Shalala bit the bullet. Lin Fei should know our intentions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have arranged for a doppelganger. The fox girl quickly calmed down. You don't need to worry about Lin Fei. He won't wait for you to come to him. Attack him with all your might. On the Tenjin Temple. As soon as Lin Fei's doppelganger was destroyed, he immediately knew. Damn it, this bitch has such a strong, killing intent. The doppelganger was equivalent to Lin Fei's eyes. He saw everything, but until now, he had not come up with a conclusion. Jealousy? From the fox girl, Lin Fei at least felt a sense of jealousy, but this had nothing to do with him. What was she jealous of? What was she jealous of? Lin Fei could only say that it was boring. Let's go. Lin Fei stood up. My doppelganger was destroyed. I'm afraid they will start to move. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to know what this fox girl's origin was and why she was looking for him. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she revealed her killing intent. Not only was he unable to find out anything, he even lost a doppelganger. Lin Fei didn't care much about a doppelganger. He also knew that the mighty god Empire couldn't continue. If he didn't leave, they would deal with him. The Grand Palace Master is so hesitant. When Lin Fei's doppelganger left, Lin Jiqing had already communicated with the Palace Master's Son of Heaven. Unfortunately, there was no clear answer. I'll go and see. The position of supervisor, Lin Fei didn't care much about it. The Tenjin Temple was a force worth roping in, and he didn't want the Tenjin Temple to be the first target of the mighty god Empire's attack. Lin Fei wanted to see the Palace Master's Son of Heaven. His journey was smooth, and he instantly saw the other party. Supervisor Lin, please sit. The Son of Heaven greeted him warmly. Lin Fei waved his hand. No need. I want to know if the Palace Master has thought about it. I want to know the result. The Palace Master's Son of Heaven was slightly startled. He didn't expect that he would come for this matter. Supervisor Lin, is this matter really that serious? Could be just hearsay? The Son of Heaven didn't believe that the foreign races would collude with the mighty god Empire. On the Xintian continent, every empire was an overlord, and every emperor was a great figure on the continent. Colluding with the foreign races? How is that possible? The Son of Heaven didn't want to believe what Lin Fei said. The most important thing was to lead everyone away from the Tenjin Temple, which would prove the saying it's hard to change one's home. Apart from this, the whole Tenjin Temple was rooted in the Tenjin Temple. Relocating was a big problem. Lin Fei frowned. So, the Palace Master hasn't thought about it? The Son of Heaven smiled bitterly. This is not something I can decide alone. Lin Fei reached out and condensed a ball of air. He pulled it outwards, and it quickly formed a light screen. A scene quickly appeared on the light screen. The foreign races. The Son of Heaven was shocked and couldn't believe it. Lin Fei extracted his own memory, formed a light screen, and released it as it was. The choice was up to the Son of Heaven himself. He just proposed a solution. Palace Master, this matter concerns our Tenjin Temple. We can't hesitate. Lin Jiqing persuaded. The Son of Heaven was convinced. I have to discuss this with the Elder Council. I can only give you 1 hour. Lin Fei couldn't wait too long. Can I take this away? Yes. Lin Fei copied a light screen for him. The Son of Heaven tore open the void and disappeared. The Son of Heaven is still hesitating. Lin Fei shook his head. He hasn't really made a decision. Lin Jiqing also saw it. The matter was too serious. It was hard to choose. It would not be easy for a first-grade sect to leave. There were too many things to worry about. As the Grand Palace Master, it was not easy for the Divine Son to make such a decision. Lin Fei had said this much. How the other side chose was their own business. He had done what he could. After the time it took for an incense to burn, the Son of Heaven returned. Sect Master, what did they say? Lin Jiqing was the most anxious. She wanted to know the result. The Son of Heaven smiled bitterly. Supervisor Lin, thank you for your kindness. We have decided to stay. Sect Master, how can you do this? Lin Jiqing was anxious. She didn't expect this result. She couldn't accept it. From the moment the Son of Heaven came out, Lin Fei knew the Son of Heaven's choice. This choice was expected and nothing surprising. Have you decided? The Son of Heaven also knew that his words would hurt the other party's feelings. Supervisor Lin, thank you for your kindness. Our Tenjin Temple has been passed down for 50,000 years. If I leave, I will become a sinner of the sect. I won't be able to forgive myself. Moreover, the godly Might Empire won't dare to make a move. We, the Tenjin Temple, are not to be trifled with. Sect Master, they have colluded with the demonic races. With our strength, Lin Jiqing still wanted to persuade him. We, the Tenjin Temple, have our trump cards. The Son of Heaven said, you don't have to persuade me. However, you could take some people with you. Since things had come to this, Lin Fei wouldn't say anything more. The Son of Heaven had made his decision. From the bottom of his heart, Lin Fei felt that they were too stubborn. It was just a change of location. What was there to be upset about? Grand Palace Master, this is where I will be staying from now on. Lin Fei gave an address. You can come and look for me. The Son of Heaven refused to leave. The last thing Lin Fei could do was to tell the Son of Heaven where he would be staying. Perhaps after the demonic race's attack, the Son of Heaven would come around. I will, the Son of Heaven said. Coming out of the Tenjin Temple, Lin Jiqing was very depressed. Your Tenjin Temple has the Mountain Defense Grand Array. I believe they won't be able to attack it for a while. When the time comes, they will come around. Lin Fei comforted her. If the demonic races attack, they will definitely come with a large army. If they can't stop them, they will naturally leave. Lin Fei did not believe that the Outsiders' army would be able to easily take down the Heavenly Deity Palace. After all, the Heavenly Deity Palace had been able to stand for so long. They definitely had their own trump cards. They definitely had high-tier loose immortals. When you leave, you can take those people away. Lin Fei suddenly said, this is another way of responding. Very soon, a few elders sent a group of elite disciples. There were about 500 of them. They were all young and energetic. They were quite strong. They were equivalent to the future core of the Tenjin Temple. When he saw the disciples, Lin Fei seemed to understand the Son of Heaven's intention. He was staking everything on this one throw. As long as the Tenjin Temple had these disciples, it could recover part of its strength after 100 years. It wouldn't really end the incense of the Tenjin Temple. The Son of Heaven made his choice. Lin Fei took them into the warship and left with Lin Jiqing. Grand Palace Master, you really put in a lot of effort. On the peak of the Tenjin Temple, the Son of Heaven watched Lin Fei leave. Lin Jiqing found a good man. Even if the Tenjin Temple really appears one day, the Tenjin Temple will continue in another way. The Son of Heaven said calmly. Moreover, the demonic races might not be that powerful. Our Tenjin Temple will become famous after this battle and surpass the ranks of a sect. The Son of Heaven wanted to bet on the limited number of the demonic race's army and that they couldn't attack the Tenjin Temple. Lin Fei didn't return to the Saint Hall. He could imagine that once his doppelganger died, the other party would definitely speed up their actions. In other words, the demonic race's invasion should be very soon. Lin Fei had to make arrangements for Lin Jiqing first. The Sin Paradise was currently a relatively safe place. Although there were still a few tyrannical high-level loose immortals, they wouldn't lose face for the time being, and there was nothing to worry about. Those top-notch loose immortals were also powerful. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't keep them alive to prevent them from spoiling his plans. Once his strength increased, he would definitely teach those loose immortals a lesson. Little Ching, I still have a woman in the Sin Paradise. On the way, Lin Fei told her frankly. He had wanted to tell her about this before, but due to various reasons, he had to postpone it. After saying this, Lin Fei was quite worried that Lin Jiqing would be angry. No matter where a woman was, they would always have a jealous side. He secretly observed Lin Jiqing and was surprised to find that there was no anger on her face. You think I'll be angry? Lin Fei laughed dryly. I have such a thought. I wonder what is the name of this sister of mine. Lin Jiqing chuckled. This is a world of experts. Every expert can have many women. Ever since I was sensible, I have understood that as long as you have me in your heart, I will be satisfied. Lin Fei held Lin Jiqing's hand tightly. I will. You're my first woman. You will always have a place in my heart, no matter now or in the future. Lin Fei thought that Lin Jiqing would be angry, but it was the opposite. He didn't expect such an outcome. Chapter 568. Sin Paradise was still a paradise for the wicked. Lin Fei didn't announce his return. Almost no one knew that the Tower Master of Mythology Tower had returned. After arranging for the disciples of Tenjin Temple to be brought out by the Son of Heaven, they were equivalent to Lin Fei's people. When they found out that this was the Sin Paradise, everyone was shocked. As disciples of the Heavenly God Palace, they all knew about the Sin Paradise. This was a place where evil people ran amok. This was a paradise for the wicked. Similarly, this was the best place to sell illegal goods. All along, Sin Paradise was loved by everyone. However, without some strength, one wouldn't dare to come to this place. If they were careless, they might encounter a wicked person. Every elite disciple of Tenjin Temple admired Lin Fei for being able to establish a large gang in Sin Paradise, a top-notch gang at that. Lin Fei didn't need to deal with them. They were all well-behaved. Lin Fei's strength had long been imprinted in their hearts. This must be little sister Jean Feng. When the two girls met for the first time, Lin Fei couldn't sense that killing intent for the time being. However, he could sense Lin Jiqing's strength. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that she wanted to be the boss. He would let them handle their own matters. Jean Feng, this is Lin Jiqing. The two of you should be intimate. After introducing the two, Lin Fei slipped away. It was better for Lin Fei not to interfere in the matters between women. He didn't want to be caught in the middle. Although he wasn't worried about this, if it happened, Lin Fei wouldn't know what to do. Without women, he would think about women. However, when there were too many women, the problem would arise. Lin Fei hoped that the two of them wouldn't fight. That would be the most troublesome thing. He couldn't be partial to one or the other. This was the most painful thing in the world. After leaving, Lin Fei didn't hear any fluctuations. He felt relieved. At least the worst situation wouldn't happen. The two women were still relatively amiable, and they did not fight as soon as they met. Lin Fei quickly arrived at another space. There were many spaces inside the 8-desolation, 6-directional cauldron. As soon as he entered another dimension, he saw a group of fellows huddled together. It was hard to tell what they were enjoying. Brat, you came at the right time. Have a taste of my food. The pot-bellied true immortal was dressed in chef's clothes, and he had even taken over the tools that Lin Fei had bought for himself. From afar, he looked just like a chef. You came back just in time. Hairball brought back an emperor's 2-headed dragon. Hairball had always been elusive. Lin Fei couldn't do anything to her. Undefeatable, true immortal, and the others all knew who Hairball was. Flood Dragon. Lin Fei was shocked. This Hairball was getting bolder and bolder. Master, have a taste. It's delicious. Hairball's figure didn't change much, just like a child that couldn't grow up. Lin Fei didn't say anything. He tasted the dragon meat that was served. Both sides were golden yellow, and it was barbecued. It emitted a fragrant aroma. It tastes really good. You guys really know how to enjoy life. Ever since Lin Fei taught the pot-bellied true immortal some of the tricks of barbecuing, he easily grasped it. Back on Earth, Lin Fei would often go barbecuing, and his friends gave him a barbecue prince. No matter what barbecue, Lin Fei was quite good at it. He knew some of the tricks better than anyone else. Pot-bellied, true, immortal understood the principles behind it after listening for a bit. His barbecue skills also improved. It's all thanks to your hairball. Pot-bellied, true immortal chuckled. He didn't look like a high-level loose immortal at all. If I could get a real dragon, that would be even more satisfying. If I had some demonic beasts, I could cook a pot of perfect tonic soup. The taste is simply amazing. Brat, why did you come back? Aren't you having fun over there? Undefeatable, true, immortal asked curiously. I thought you would only come back after half a year. Sigh, I wanted to as well. Lin Fei sighed. Unfortunately, the heavens don't want me to stay. In that case, I can only come back. Shangguan Hong frowned. He heard Lin Fei's tone and asked what happened. The outsiders are going to attack the continent. Lin Fei didn't hide it. After all, everyone would find out soon enough. What? The outsiders are attacking the continent? How is that possible? Undefeatable, true, immortal was the first to believe it. Those outsiders have been losing people for hundreds of thousands of years. They can't even break through the border defenses. Attacking the continent? Isn't this a bit too unrealistic? Flower Demon, true, immortal said. Are you mistaken? Why would the outsiders attack the continent? It was no wonder they thought this way. It had been hundreds of thousands of years, and the outsiders were nothing special. Now that they said they were going to attack the continent, they didn't believe it. They didn't have the ability to believe it. Take a look at this. You'll understand. Lin Fei didn't explain. A screen of light appeared in front of them, and the scene of the savage world was displayed. This is the vertical eye race. Their eyes contain a destructive, divine light. I know this too. They are from the demon race. The green vine race specializes in vine attacks. They're a very powerful race. Everyone's expression changed drastically. This memory couldn't be faked. They all recognized the outsiders, especially some of the more powerful ones. Damn, the outsiders found the long-lost teleportation tower. Lin Fei briefly explained the situation to them, and they immediately came to a realization. The teleportation tower is a high-grade formation that can open up a spatial tunnel. It's like opening up a tunnel between two worlds. Once the tunnel is completed, it's very hard for external forces to destroy it. Scarlet, refining heavenly demon, was very familiar with this. He then asked Lin Fei, "You said that the outsiders are attacking the continent. Are there many of these tunnels?" Lin Fei smiled bitterly. "If I'm not wrong, there should be many. The outsiders have infiltrated the continent and colluded with the empires and dynasties. They spent a lot of resources to build many teleportation towers. I didn't expect that after so long, the outsiders are still so ambitious." Shangguan Hong's expression was solemn. It seems like they have planned for a long time this time. They want to truly swallow up the Xintian continent. They still didn't understand after the war back then. Lin Fei heard something. Senior Shangguan. The outsiders were heavily injured in the past. I know this. Sword Immortal Wine drank a mouthful of wine. This matter happened a long time ago. I also heard from some seniors that this alien race started a war and occupied many small and big worlds. They attempted to rule this mortal world and become the true overlord. They also destroyed the foundations of the various sects in the heaven realm. Almost all of the sects in the heaven realm came from the mortal world. Because of this, the sects in the heaven realm were furious. They sent down immortal clones to kill the experts of the alien race and seal them. I didn't expect them to make a comeback. Lin Fei also didn't expect that the outsiders were so ambitious. They tried to rule the mortal world. No wonder the heaven realm's sects were so enraged that they sent down immortal clones. Last time, the outsiders tried to rule the mortal world. This time, isn't it enough? Lin Fei was curious. This way, no matter how powerful the outsiders are, won't it be useless? Lin Fei had indeed thought of this. Back then, the heaven realm's sects made a move. This time, they would definitely make a move as well. No matter how much trouble the outsiders caused, it wasn't a serious matter. Sword Immortal Wine snorted. If that was the case, the outsiders wouldn't have mobilized so many people. After the incident back then, in order to prevent the outsiders from attacking the heaven realm through the Xintian continent, they sealed and reinforced all the passages to the various realms. Now, if they want to come down from above, they need to have a powerful expert to open a spatial passage. Even if they come down, they only have 1% of their strength, which is the heaven immortal level. Lin Fei was surprised, barely at the heaven immortal level. That's right. Many of the old antiques in our world have the battle strength of the heaven immortal level. They keep suppressing their strength and don't ascend to the heaven realm. Those almighty experts' clones might not be able to deal with everyone on the continent. This time, the outsiders came in such a menacing manner. It should be some experts who broke the seal and came out, at least with the battle strength of the heaven immortal level. Lin Fei's face darkened. If that was really the case, wouldn't the Xintian continent be in chaos? Back then, those who were sealed were all the strongest experts of the outsiders. They were very powerful. Those clones that came down from the heaven realm were limited in strength and couldn't be killed. They could only be sealed. I wonder how many experts broke the seal this time. The invincible true immortal said, I heard that back then, the strongest of the outsiders had 10 kings. They were called the 10 great divine kings. Each of them had the battle strength of a heaven immortal. Above the 10 great divine kings was the Holy Mother. Back then, she was famous. Lin Fei had thought that there wouldn't be many old monsters with the battle strength of a heaven immortal in this world. He didn't expect that the outsiders had 10 great divine kings and a Holy Mother. Each of them had the battle strength of a heaven immortal. They were sealed but didn't die. Now that 1,000,000 years had passed, perhaps even more, they were probably even more powerful. Although the 4 great fiends made it sound simple, everyone's expressions changed. Those who weren't heaven immortals would never know the power of heaven immortals. High-level loose immortals were very powerful, right? But if they had the battle strength of a heaven immortal, their bodies would first become the bodies of heaven immortals. Their defense alone was not something that high-level loose immortals could break. As for their attacks, it was needless to say, each heaven immortal could easily kill high-level loose immortals. Join forces? That was just a joke. Mid-level loose immortals might be able to fight high-level loose immortals, but there was a huge gap between high-level loose immortals and heaven immortals. It was an existence that couldn't be crossed. The 4 great fiends were famous, but they didn't dare to attack heaven immortals. It was a completely different level of confrontation. The space turned silent. This time, the continent is really going to be in trouble. True immortal wine sighed. This kind of thing was already unstoppable. The old antiques and old monsters who were cultivating in seclusion might only appear when they were in danger. Every one of them who had the battle strength of a heaven immortal was suppressing their strength to prevent themselves from flying to the heaven realm. In this world, they could be high and mighty existences, but in the heaven realm, they were lowly existences. No one knew better than them how the two were compared. In the eyes of others, the heaven realm might be a place that they yearned for, but they lacked that kind of yearning. Lin Fei, the continent is going to be in chaos. It is also a good opportunity to develop. Suddenly, Scarlet Refined Heavenly Devil said excitedly, Your mythical gate can absorb even more experts. Others might need a few hundred years to develop, but to you, your mythical gate might not even need 10 years to become a peak power. As a member of the Heavenly Devil race, Scarlet Refined Heavenly Devil didn't have much to worry about. Instead, he realized that this was an opportunity. Maybe I can take advantage of this opportunity to increase my strength by leaps and bounds and become a heaven immortal. Old devil, in your dreams, don't forget about the heavenly tribulation. Sheng Wanhong said. Scarlet Refined Heavenly Devil laughed heartily. Heavenly tribulation? Have you forgotten what I am? I am a heavenly devil. Other than becoming a heaven immortal, there are no other heavenly tribulations. The only thing our heavenly devil race needs to do is to constantly devour each other, especially the various powerful loose immortals. Everyone suddenly realized that they had almost forgotten about the origin of heavenly devils. Heavenly devils weren't humans, nor were they loose immortals. They didn't need to face heavenly tribulations, but loose immortals did. In comparison, heavenly devils had a huge advantage. The only heavenly tribulation they had to face was when they became heaven immortals. Let's just take it one step at a time. Invincible True Immortal said, "No one knows whether the mutated races will really attack. Maybe in 10 years, maybe in 100 years. There are many factions within the mutated races. It isn't easy to make a decision." Everyone thought about it and felt that it was true. For such a big operation, they had to be consistent. Otherwise, it would be a huge problem. Lin Fei thought about it and felt that it was reasonable. He was a supervisor. Even if he spread the news of the mutated race's attack to the Saint Hall, whether or not they would act was one thing. Whether or not they would act was another. Therefore, no one could be sure of this matter. Lin Fei couldn't be sure, and neither could they. Only the mutated races would know when to act. Kid, the only thing you have to do now is to expand your influence in the mythology sect. Shang Wanhong reminded Lin Fei. This is something you have to do immediately. Regardless of whether the mutated races attack or not, you have to do it. I suggest that you start the auction in a month. Lin Fei nodded. A month is too long. It isn't a good thing. Let's start in 5 days. This auction will be a success. Your current elixirs are a type of advantage. In the entire continent, you have the blood replenishing elixir, potential breaking elixir, and emperor breaking elixir. No matter which one you choose, they're all top-grade elixirs. Lin Fei understood how much they valued his elixirs. He also knew the benefits of these elixirs. When was the best time to sell elixirs? Undoubtedly, it was during the chaos of war. Everyone needed elixirs. No matter how high the price was, they would still fight to buy them. The elixirs that Lin Fei auctioned were also very good. No one would reject them. There was only one result, and that was to become famous. When the elixirs became famous, everyone would be envious of them. Lin Fei didn't hesitate. He would start the auction in 5 days. Regardless of whether he reached that step or not, he would auction them first. In any case, he wouldn't suffer any losses. He could use this opportunity to build up his reputation. Chapter 569. Emperor Xia, who had just returned, was very happy to hear the news. Lin Fei was like a fly in a pot of porridge. How disgusting. Tenjin Temple hasn't left? Emperor Xia asked again, eager to know the result. Tenjin Temple hasn't made any movements for the time being. A subordinate reported. Emperor Xia was puzzled. What was going on? Could it be that Lin Fei hadn't told Tenjin Temple about this matter? In the mighty God Empire, Emperor Xia had a certain degree of apprehension towards Tenjin Temple. Other sects could be annihilated at a whim. When one reached a certain position, such as Emperor Xia's, he had to consider more important matters. Compared to others, he was more suspicious. Tenjin Temple hadn't made any movements, so Emperor Xia couldn't guess their intentions. Continue to watch. This emperor wants to know their every move. Emperor Xia was helpless and could only continue to watch. The army will arrive in 3 days. If you don't submit, you will all perish. Emperor Xia thought, and that stinking brat Lin Fei. I will teach him a lesson sooner or later. He almost ruined this emperor's plan. With the fox girl's attitude, as long as this emperor can kill you, it will be a great merit. No one can stop this emperor from rising to the top. Emperor Xia was smarter than ordinary people, and he could guess some things. What's important now is to coordinate with the army. Lin Fei's matter will be put aside for now. Men, what was the most sensational news in Sin Paradise recently? It wasn't the destruction of the 8 major forces. That was an old story. Currently, the most sensational news was the 3 kinds of elixirs that the Mythology Pavilion was auctioning. The auction was supposed to be held a month later, but for some unknown reason, it was brought forward to 5 days later. This news was absolutely exciting to those experts who had been waiting for the elixirs. Countless people cheered for the early start of the auction. Blood replenishing pill, potential pill, emperor breaking pill, no matter which one it was, without exception, became everyone's first choice. 70% of his injuries were healed. Potential pill burst out with a powerful attack, but the side effect was to rest for half a year. Emperor breaking pill, 80%. Regardless of which pill it was, the news spread like wildfire. The villains of Sin Paradise, big and small, were more familiar with these 3 pills than anyone else. The news of the mythological tower obtaining Gu Feng's 8 trigrams quietly spread outside. Regardless of whether everyone believed it or not, the storm was getting more and more intense. The mythical tower. Is there any movement from Tenjin Temple? 3 days had passed. Lin Fei had arranged for the Mythology Tower's men to keep an eye on the Tenjin Temple. He was prepared for the mighty god imperial family's movements. What about the royal family? Everything is calm. There's no change at all. Listening to his subordinate's report, Lin Fei was surprised. What was the mighty god imperial family planning? Did they know that he wouldn't spread the news? Keep watching. Lin Fei could only continue to watch. At this time, Lin Jiqing and Jin Feng came in together. The two women were getting along well. The elder sister was long and the younger sister was short. Even Lin Fei was surprised. The friendship between two women improved so quickly. If this was on Earth, wouldn't the whole world know about it? Hugging one woman in each arm? Had they watched too many movies? Jin Feng and Lin Jiqing were getting along well, so Lin Fei could rest assured. Jiqing, you came at the right time. The Tenjin Temple is safe for the time being. Don't worry, Lin Fei said. He knew that Lin Jiqing was worried. Maybe it's as they said. The mighty god imperial family won't dare to make a move for the time being. Lin Jiqing's expression relaxed. That's good. All right, you two sisters came together. You look very happy. Don't tell me something good happened? Lin Fei changed the topic. Jin Feng smiled. Husband, do you know that the whole Sin Paradise is talking about our elixirs? There are many external forces preparing to participate in the auction every day. This was all within Lin Fei's expectations. Of course, Lin Fei smiled proudly. No matter which one of these 3 elixirs it is, they will all have a great effect on them. It would be strange if they could sit still. We invited a total of 30 forces. Many are begging us to give them the qualifications for the auction. Should we give them more? Jin Feng asked. Jin Feng was in charge of the auction. She was a strong woman. No matter where she went, she couldn't stay idle. Lin Fei handed the auction to Jin Feng. Lin Fei didn't need to do anything. Jin Feng could easily make them obedient with her own methods. Lin Fei shook his head and said, there's no need. 30 powers are enough. If there are too many, it will have an impact. Why don't you come to the next auction? The top 10 powers with the highest bids will get a seat in the next auction. We want to monopolize the market and beg them to buy our pills. In the system store, these 3 elixirs looked very good. In fact, they were very cheap. A few million points each? Get lost. At that time, Lin Fei also thought that these elixirs were worth at least 1,000,000 points. But who knew that the elixirs in the system store were very cheap, except for some supreme emperor-grade elixirs? How cheap could they be? Lin Fei could only say that it was a sky-high price. If the alchemists in the continent knew about this, they would probably lose the mood to refine elixirs. Lin Fei suspected that these elixirs were refined by machines. Otherwise, the sky-high price? Dream on. The price of the medicinal pill had skyrocketed, and the person who benefited the most was Lin Fei. After buying immortal arts and wine, Lin Fei still had about 100 million points. It was more than enough to buy elixirs. Although it couldn't be piled up like a mountain, it was more than enough to control the market. This is a good idea. Why didn't I think of it before? Every force that comes here has a lot of true essence crystals. Using a few billion to buy a seat shouldn't be a problem, right? Jin Feng suddenly understood. She looked at Lin Fei with admiration. Lin Fei chuckled. Don't look at me like that. Otherwise, I'll be embarrassed. Who told your husband to be so smart? Anyway, they don't care about money. They're the ones who are being ripped off. You'll believe it. Every auction, this seat will be infinitely higher. Everything was as Lin Fei expected. When Jin Feng auctioned the qualifications for the next auction, whether it was an individual or a force, everyone was tempted. Because this was the first time, the people who came were either individuals or clans. There weren't many people from sections. Even so, Sin Paradise was still very lively. The 10 qualifications for the auction undoubtedly made those who couldn't get in this time wild with joy. They started a fight for the 10 seats. This auction didn't give the qualifications on the spot. Instead, they would be ranked according to the bid price. If one persisted for 10 days, they would be able to obtain a seat. Black-hearted, everyone understood what this meant. There were still people fighting for the seats. Suddenly, the number of spectators increased. Jean Feng didn't seem to care. The first auction had yet to start. Once the auction ended and the effects of the elixir spread, these 10 qualifications would be a huge battle. It would be a great battle, a battlefield filled with invisible smoke. Under everyone's anticipation, the day's auction officially began. The 30 invited forces all felt especially proud. After all, the mythology tower was a major force. If they recognized a force, others would also recognize it. Although the forces that couldn't be recognized didn't care about the mythology tower's recognition, they still cared about the elixirs. In the circle of elixirs, almost everyone was familiar with the effects of the elixirs. If the elixirs that the mythology tower was going to auction had shocking effects and were as amazing as the rumors said, they had to obtain them regardless of the price. This was especially so for the 30 forces. Some hostile forces that weren't invited definitely didn't want to fall behind. If their hostile forces obtained the elixirs and increased their strength, it would be a kind of pressure on them. Those who went against the invitation had used all kinds of methods to get the latest information out so that they could be prepared for it. It could be said that the mythology tower's first auction had stirred up the hearts of countless people. However, they didn't dare to do anything against such a major force that was so ruthless. They could only behave themselves. The auction was no different from the usual ones. At the start, there were some decent items. Of course, in the eyes of some people, these items weren't considered much. The only thing they were looking forward to was the auction of the elixirs. There weren't many people bidding at the start. It could be said that everyone was here for the elixirs and wouldn't waste any time on them. Of course, this was a necessary process. Now it's time for the auction of the final item. As the auctioneer's emotions surged, the major forces present finally showed signs of excitement. The elixirs were finally put on the stage. The first elixir is the blood-replenishing pill. It can recover 70% of injuries and is definitely the king of all healing elixirs. The auctioneer spoke eloquently, describing the blood-replenishing pill as a miraculous elixir descended from the heavens. Since this is the mythology tower's first auction, we'll get someone to demonstrate it for everyone to understand. Even though the major forces had heard of the rumors, this was the first time they were seeing the effects. They were looking forward to the blood-replenishing pill. After all, in the current market, the best healing elixir had a recovery effect of 50%. This price was already very expensive. As for healing elixirs that could recover 70% to 80%, it wasn't that there weren't any, but they were rather precious. They required a large amount of medicinal herbs and had a low success rate. Most of them were life-saving elixirs, and very few of them were taken out for sale. If the blood-replenishing pill could really recover 70% of injuries, it would definitely be the #1 healing elixir. Who wouldn't be willing to carry healing elixirs around? They might be able to save their lives at crucial moments. As for the price, it didn't matter to them. In the face of their lives, money was insignificant. If they didn't see it for themselves, they would suspect that if the blood-replenishing pill was really as miraculous as its name suggested, the mythology tower's rise was inevitable. How a major force could rise quickly involved many factors. However, if you had some kind of elixir that ordinary people couldn't have, it would definitely be a shortcut to rise quickly. As long as you could hold on to it, everything was possible. In order to prove the miraculous effects of the blood-replenishing pill, the mythology tower invited an initial stage Emperor Realm expert. Using an initial stage Emperor Realm expert to prove the effects of the elixir was undoubtedly the best choice. Under everyone's anticipation, this initial stage Imperial Realm expert was severely injured. It wasn't fake at all. It was real. Everyone could see it with their divine senses. Now, it's time to witness a miracle. The auctioneer undoubtedly raised the atmosphere of the scene. Would it work? This question would be solved in front of their eyes. Everyone's divine senses didn't move as they stared at this initial stage Emperor Realm expert. Was the blood-replenishing pill really that powerful? After the blood-replenishing pill, Every move of the Imperial Realm expert was watched by everyone. Then, the eyes that were originally filled with disbelief gradually recovered as his aura recovered. Everyone was amazed at this moment. Chapter 570. The miraculous recovery ability of the blood-replenishing pill instantly defeated all their doubts. They couldn't believe that there was such a miraculous pill in this world. They had never seen or heard of it before. What happened in front of them made them realize the miraculous effect of the blood-replenishing pill. The blood-replenishing pill has a heaven-defying and miraculous recovery ability. What are you still hesitating for? With the blood-replenishing pill, you'll have another life. It's one of the essential pills when you're outside. Today, we'll be auctioning 3 sets of 10 bottles each. The starting price for each set is 1 billion true essence crystals, and each increase is 50 million. Each box had their eyes on the blood-replenishing pill. 70% recovery. Such a heaven-defying recovery ability. I must get it no matter what, as long as the family's alchemist can decipher it. Haha, with this blood-replenishing pill and my body refinement, it's like adding wings to a tiger. I must get my hands on this blood-replenishing pill. This trip was really worth it. Just the blood-replenishing pill alone has such a miraculous effect. The potential breaking pill and emperor breaking pill will definitely have unimaginable effects. I must get it. The Myth Tower must have an ancient recipe. These pills are refined using an ancient recipe. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to refine such a divine ability. The gossip outside is indeed true. While everyone was pondering, someone immediately made a move. I bid 1 billion. Someone spoke, and the price of the blood-replenishing pill soared. 1 billion, 22 billion, 3 billion, 53 billion. In just a moment, the price of a set of blood-replenishing pills had risen from 1 billion to 3 billion Zhen Yuan crystals. It was a huge leap in history. It could be said that no pill could be auctioned at such a price, unless it was a top-grade pill. 3 billion going once. 3 billion going twice. 3 billion going thrice. This set of blood-replenishing pills belongs to Box 14. The first set of pills was bought for 3 billion Zhen Yuan crystals. Everyone else was stunned. They had clearly been defeated by the opponent's strategy. Everyone in the boxes was filled with regret. The competition for the second and third sets of blood-replenishing pills was even more intense. One set was sold for 30 billion Zhen Yuan crystals, while the other was sold for 43 billion. The auctioneer was grinning from ear to ear. Just the blood-replenishing pill alone had created a price of more than 80 billion, which was almost equivalent to a celestial artifact. Husband, this pill auction is actually so profitable. In one of the private rooms, Lin Fei crossed his legs. He didn't seem to be affected by the fact that he had auctioned off 80 billion true origin crystals. Jean Feng was surprised. That's nothing. The blood enrichment pill is cheap now. When they know its effects in the future, it won't be something that can be bought with tens of billions of dollars. Anyway, for them, what they have is wealth and mineral veins. There's nothing to feel bad about. Lin Fei ate the ice blue fruit. If we auction it like this, don't we have to worry about people cracking it? Lin Jiqing was also there. I've taken a look at these forces. They've all brought their alchemists here. What if they're unraveled? Lin Fei curled his lips. Could they crack it? Another 10,000 years. This level of elixir came from the system store. Even Lin Fei didn't know what the formula was, and they wanted to crack it? In their dreams. Previously, when preparing for the auction, Lin Fei tried to analyze it. Unfortunately, whether it was the blood enrichment pill or the other 2 elixirs, their medicinal effects were very complicated. Logically speaking, Lin Fei's divine sense was tyrannical. He could distinguish the classification and slowly crack it, but the result was still no result. He couldn't crack it himself. Alchemists? Was it possible? Lin Fei didn't believe that they had the ability to do so. Even if it was really cracked, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. In the system store, there were countless elixirs. Any 3 of them would be enough to defeat them. The most important point, Lin Fei didn't say it. It was unknown whether the ingredients for refining the blood enrichment pill existed on this continent. What if there wasn't? Lin Fei didn't doubt this possibility at all. The auction was still going on. After the blood enrichment pill was the first shot, the potential pill and breaking emperor pill were all auctioned at a very high price. In one night, the three elixirs were auctioned off for a total of more than 400 billion true essence crystals. It could really be considered a mountain. Tens of millions of true essence crystals were enough for a small clan to cultivate. A few 100 billion true essence crystals were enough to sustain a rank 7 or rank 8 sect for a few years. The first auction of the Mythology Tower was relatively successful. Some people were happy because they had successfully bought the elixirs. Under the protection of professionals, they left directly, afraid that they would be targeted. There were also people who were dispirited. All of them had failed in the auction. When the news spread, those who originally had doubts and disbelief all believed it. Following that, the 10 extra slots for the auction became the target of everyone's competition. The number kept rising, and there was almost no sign of it stopping. A few days later, the miraculous effects of the blood enrichment pill spread. The treasured son of a sect was seriously injured in a battle and nearly died. At the crucial moment, he consumed the blood enrichment pill and recovered 70% of his injuries. Instead, he killed his opponent. When this news spread, it caused another uproar. Everyone realized that the appearance of the blood-replenishing pill was equivalent to a protective Dharma treasure for some people. In Sin Paradise's black market, the price of a bottle of blood enrichment pill rose to 3 to 4 billion, but there was still no one selling it. As for the other two elixirs, their prices were also shocking. The influence of the Mythology Tower was rapidly expanding. Ding! Congratulations, player, on obtaining 100,000 sect reputation points. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 300,000 sect reputation points. The first auction was a success. The veritable essence crystals were a small gain. More importantly, Lin Fei gained a large amount of reputation in the sect system. As his influence expanded, his reputation points increased. It was equivalent to everyone knowing about the existence of the Mythology Tower. In a short period of time, Lin Fei's reputation points had already reached 10 million. This speed had slowed down significantly, and it seemed like it had reached a certain saturation point. Lin Fei wasn't too worried. Time would prove everything. In a few days, the elixirs would become popular again. Lin Fei had already arranged for people to head to other empires to sell these elixirs. Of course, he wouldn't sell them in batches, but in batches. A single spark could start a prairie fire. The blood enrichment pill and the other two elixirs would also blossom rapidly. Sin Paradise was a famous black market in the continent. When elixirs became popular, people would definitely search for them. Naturally, they would find the Mythology Tower. Now that the Mythology Tower had become popular, there were naturally many powers that wanted to cooperate with them. For example, selling elixirs. There were even some powers that targeted the future of these elixirs and tried to get Lin Fei to share the elixir recipe with them. As for these fellows, Lin Fei only had one word for them: scram. Scram as far as possible, lest he decided to kill them all. Young Master Lin, someone is outside. He claims to be an agent of Sin Paradise. Just as Lin Fei was thinking about how to raise the sect from grade 2 to grade 1, a subordinate entered. The title Young Master Lin was actually an order from Lin Fei. The title of Tower Lord wasn't pleasant to the ears. There was always a sense of pressure. However, Young Master was different. Invite him to the guest room. After the subordinate left, Lin Fei stood up and narrowed his eyes. I thought you guys would be able to sit still. The blood enrichment pill, potential breaking pill, and emperor breaking pill. With these three elixirs successfully auctioned, Lin Fei knew that Sin Paradise would definitely make a move. Everything was as he had guessed. Sin Paradise had arranged for an agent so quickly. Lin Fei wanted to know what Sin Paradise wanted. If they thought that he could crush them easily, then they were gravely mistaken. He would let them know the meaning of regret. The guest room was decorated elegantly, giving off a high-class feeling. When will your Tower Lord be here? Song Fei had been in for a while, but he still hadn't seen Lin Fei's figure. His tone was a little unhappy. I really don't know. The person who delivered the tea had a helpless expression. At this moment, Lin Fei's voice sounded. My apologies, I had some matters to attend to. I'm late. I hope I didn't keep you waiting. Song Fei didn't believe Lin Fei's words. With a straight face, he said, Tower Lord Lin, you're quite arrogant. Clearly, he had disregarded Lin Fei's previous words. Lin Fei chuckled. If I wasn't arrogant, wouldn't any Tom, Dick, or Harry want to step on my head? You should know that the Myth Pavilion has been receiving too many random people recently. If I don't put on airs, they won't know what they should and shouldn't do. Song Fei could easily tell that Lin Fei was being sarcastic. He thought to himself, this kind of country bumpkin isn't worth arguing with. Tower Lord Lin, I'm here on behalf of Sin Paradise today. I want to discuss a few matters with you. Song Fei's tone changed. All right, speak. I'm listening. Lin Fei sat down lazily. Seeing that Lin Fei didn't take him seriously, Song Fei's eyes flashed with anger. However, he endured it in the end. If your Myth Pavilion wants our higher-ups' protection, you must hand over the 3 ancient recipes. Hand over the ancient recipes. Your table manners are really unsightly. Lin Fei didn't wait for the other party to finish speaking. He immediately interrupted him to express his dissatisfaction. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Tower Lord Lin, this is the higher-ups' intention. I'm just a messenger. Song Fei said indifferently. This is just one of the requirements. Say no more. Lin Fei interrupted him again. I'll have to trouble you to go back and tell the higher-ups that if you want to discuss, do it yourself. Don't try to negotiate with me. If you anger me, I'll just leave Sin Paradise. Song Fei originally wanted to use words to suppress Lin Fei. However, he didn't expect Lin Fei to counter him the moment he opened his mouth. Leave? That's impossible. Song Fei was very clear of the higher-ups' intention. They had sent him here today to test him. If Lin Fei agreed, they had other methods. The only thing he didn't expect was that Lin Fei wouldn't give him any face. Wasn't he worried that the higher-ups would get angry? Flatten your Myth Pavilion? I'm the representative this time. You can negotiate with me. There's no need to trouble the higher-ups. Song Fei said with a sullen face. Lin Fei stood up. You? You don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. I'll give you one day. Tell the higher-ups that you can either negotiate on your own or we can leave. In any case, I have nothing to lose. After speaking, he turned and left, ignoring Song Fei. You. Song Fei quickly stood up with an ugly expression. Lin Fei wasn't worried at all. He stopped and said, I'll still say the same thing. If you want to negotiate, arrange someone with more weight. As for you, you're not qualified at all. If you're not from that side, don't even think about making me come out to meet you. Chapter 571. P.S. I've been a little unhappy with the plot recently. It's just to pave the way for the future. Please forgive me. Everyone has seen my performance this month. It's the end of the month. Please give me some votes to encourage me. The people from Sin Paradise are underestimating me, thinking that they can make me change my mind with just a few words. What a joke. Lin Fei was very disappointed with the arrival of Sin Paradise's representative. If it was someone with some weight, Lin Fei might sit down and have a good talk with them. However, this person was just a messenger. Furthermore, he was putting on an act in front of Lin Fei. Did he really think that Lin Fei was someone important? Lin Fei hated this kind of person the most. I heard that the representative from Sin Paradise is here. What did they say? The moment Lin Fei returned, the scarlet, refining heavenly demon came. This fellow didn't need to cultivate all day and spent most of his time wandering around, unlike the 4 evildoers who only talked about eating, drinking, and having fun. What else can it be? They're just interested in our pills and want us to send the recipe over. They didn't even think about the possibility of that happening. Do they really think that I'm so gullible? When the scarlet, refining heavenly demon heard this, he suddenly laughed. You've made a good move. 3 types of pills. Even the other powers are envious, not to mention the higher-ups. They can't help but be tempted. Lin Fei didn't brag. The scarlet, refining heavenly demon's words were true. It would be strange if they could sit still. No matter which pill it is, it's probably in their hands. They only came to us because they couldn't decipher it. Didn't they think that since I dared to auction the pills, I'm not worried that they could decipher it? Otherwise, why would I auction it? When he returned, Lin Fei thought of a possibility. Sin Paradise couldn't decipher the pill recipe. In other words, they lost an advantage. Lin Fei didn't doubt that they had a powerful pill refiner on hand. So what if they had one? They were still helpless and came to negotiate with him. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon knew that Lin Fei was the reincarnation of a god, and the pill that was remembered by a god wasn't something that they could decipher. What are your conditions? Why don't we change to another place? We could still be glamorous there. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Devil couldn't stand being suppressed by others. Those few loose immortals from Sin Heaven were like a huge mountain, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Lin Fei smiled mysteriously. Leave? That's not worth it. What kind of bad idea did you come up with this time? Tell me and make me happy. When the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Devil saw Lin Fei's expression, he knew that it was not a good thing. His smile was too sinister. Lin Fei said straightforwardly, "It's a good choice for us to leave, but in my opinion, we've lost a helper." Are you referring to those few big shots? The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon seemed to have understood. Of course, we only need to pay a small price. When the time comes, no matter what comes, with them as the vanguard, there's nothing to be afraid of. It's a waste not to use this kind of resource. We won't lose anything anyway. Lin Fei chuckled. This is called having a big tree to enjoy the shade and shelter from the wind and rain. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon laughed heartily. You are indeed sinister, but they can't refuse. They clearly know that they have to shelter from the wind and rain, but they still stand out. From a moment he took out this pill, Lin Fei knew that this day would come, and he had already calculated everything. Currently, there were a few peak loose immortals in Sin Heaven, so Lin Fei was safer than anywhere else, and he didn't have to worry about anything. Even if the demonic humans attacked, the first to attack would be the peak loose immortals from Sin Heaven. So, you spread the rumor that you're going to leave today to make them anxious? The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon rarely used schemes, and had always liked to fight and kill. This was the first time he felt that using schemes was a good thing. I want them to be anxious. Lin Fei nodded. If I'm not wrong, they will definitely arrange for someone important to come and persuade the Mythology Tower to stay in the afternoon. Do you really intend to use pills to settle them? Lin Fei didn't care at all. In their eyes, these elixirs are priceless, especially the blood-replenishing elixir, which can quickly heal 70% of injuries. But in my eyes, these elixirs are nothing. They're practically trash, not important at all. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon wasn't surprised at all by this expression. The pills and recipes recorded by the gods, at this level, were not trash. They could be said to be trash among trash. But it was this trash that people loved so much that they couldn't bear to part with it. They didn't hesitate to pay a high price to use a trash pill to toy with them. There was nothing more interesting than this. As expected, in the afternoon, Song Fei came again. But this time, there was an additional middle-aged man beside Song Fei. He was expressionless as he once again came to the previous meeting room. This time, Song Fei and the middle-aged man didn't wait for long. After sitting down for a while, Lin Fei walked in with large strides. Tower Master Lin, you don't come without a cause. I'm here to talk to you about something. His casual words carried with them a faint pressure. Who was Lin Fei? He wasn't affected at all. What's your status? If your status is low, I'm not interested in talking. You should know that my mythology tower is worth hundreds of thousands of genuine crystals every second. Song Fei got angry when he saw Lin Fei, but he was stopped by the middle-aged man, and he immediately calmed down. You will know my identity sooner or later, but I can make the decision today, the middle-aged man in gray said calmly. From the moment Lin Fei came in, he knew that the other party was very strong. He was at least an 8 tribulation loose celestial, and he gave off a very dangerous vibe. He never doubted his own judgment. This person was powerful enough. Lin Fei knew when to stop. You seem to have some imposing manner, much better than him. We can talk. Wouldn't it be better for us to sit down and talk? The middle-aged man in gray said. Lin Fei also sat down and faced the middle-aged man. To me, it doesn't matter whether the mythology tower is in Sin Paradise or not. I can go anywhere in this continent. It's just that the mythology tower was established in Sin Paradise, and I have some feelings for it. That's why I want to talk to you. Feelings? Nonsense. Who are you trying to fool? Song Fei felt disdain in his heart. Who doesn't know your ambitions? You make it sound so nice, but do you really think no one doesn't know? One of the gangs he was on good terms with had been destroyed by Lin Fei, so he had a lot of resentment. The middle-aged man in gray was expressionless. As long as you hand over the 3 pill recipes, I can guarantee that the mythology tower's influence in Sin Paradise will never be affected. Lin Fei's expression changed. That's impossible. I'd rather leave Sin Paradise. With the pills I have, I can still develop it. That means you must leave. The middle-aged man in gray's eyes gleamed coldly. Leave? You can leave or not, but your request. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. It's too disappointing. I can't accept it. The pill recipes are the foundation of my mythology tower. Do you think I'll hand them over? If you dare to take them, we'll fight to the death. At worst, we'll just perish together. A strange look flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. This Lin Fei was even more tyrannical than the information he'd received. From his tone, one could tell that he was determined. Initially, the higher-ups didn't think much of this newly risen mythology tower. This kind of power didn't have much ability. They could easily support one if they wanted to. But after the 3 pills were auctioned, they immediately realized that this mythology tower wasn't an ordinary power. Ordinary methods wouldn't be able to threaten the mythology tower. They first started with the pills. Among the higher-ups, there was no lack of alchemy grandmasters. They tried to crack the pill recipes, but the results were shocking. The alchemy grandmaster's efforts were in vain. He had spent a great deal of effort to obtain the medicinal pills, but he was unable to decipher it. He was a high-level loose immortal alchemy grandmaster, and he had seen more medicinal pills than women. They didn't believe it and found other ways to get a few pills. But no matter which pill they found, they didn't gain anything. They were completely defeated by the pills. Originally, they had started with the pills. By cracking the pill recipes, they could use the strategy of taking things one step at a time and then taking it easy on the mythology tower. Unfortunately, the heavens played a huge joke on them. If they couldn't crack the pill recipes, it meant that they had lost an important path. Therefore, they arranged for Song Fei to negotiate with Lin Fei. But the result was disappointing. Lin Fei was very tyrannical. He ignored the people they arranged and even threatened to leave. If it was any other power that didn't dare to take them seriously, they would have wiped them out with a single word. However, it was difficult for the mythology tower. Firstly, they had the 8 Desolation 6 Direction Cauldron, which could break through the seal of the void. More importantly, the mythology tower had high-level loose immortals. This power was quite a bit of pressure for the higher-ups. In addition, they couldn't crack the pill recipes, so they couldn't make a move. As a result, the gray-clothed middle-aged man personally tried to force Lin Fei, but Lin Fei was more powerful than they had imagined. He was like a dead pig that didn't fear boiling water. He was certain that they wouldn't dare to make a move. In reality, the higher-ups of Sin Paradise didn't dare to make a move. The mythology tower had the qualifications to talk to them. The appearance of the 3 pills had changed their situation, and they didn't dare to make a move. Lin Fei also knew that he had to show a fearless expression. He was certain that the other party wouldn't dare to make a move. If he showed weakness, the other party would follow. Good, you win. The gray-clothed, middle-aged man became expressionless again. Lin Fei knew that they wouldn't give in unless they were willing to let the mythology tower leave Sin Paradise. If that happened, Lin Fei wouldn't be the one to lose, but Sin Paradise. We don't need the pill recipes. The gray-clothed, middle-aged man looked at Lin Fei. However, you have to hand over a certain amount of pills every month. This is our final bottom line. Since they couldn't get the pill recipes, the gray-clothed, middle-aged man could only settle for the next best thing and choose the pills. These 3 pills were very useful to the higher-ups, especially the blood-replenishing pill and the potential pill. One could recover quickly, while the other had minimal side effects. I can consider this. Lin Fei didn't agree immediately. He hesitated for a moment and said, I can give you the pills, but the amount won't be very large. Also, what can you give me in return? The other party's request was actually Lin Fei's bottom line. Pill recipes? This daddy here doesn't have any pill recipes, and you want me to make them up? That's purely courting death. Pills were the most suitable, but the other party's request was, we need 500 pills every month for the 3 types of pills. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm running a supermarket? 500 pills for each type? Why don't you refine them yourself? I don't have time to waste with you. The gray-clothed, middle-aged man didn't expect this number at all. This was nothing more than an exorbitant demand. It would be best if Lin Fei agreed, but it didn't matter if Lin Fei didn't agree. In any case, they could continue negotiating and he wouldn't suffer any losses. 450 pills for each type. I can only give you 30 pills for each type. At this rate, I'll be losing hundreds of billions every month. Moreover, refining these pills requires special ingredients. If you cross this line, I won't be able to do anything. Lin Fei would give him the pills, but the number wouldn't be very large. A few hundred pills? Lin Fei wasn't going to be a spendthrift. Although the prices of the pills in the system store were skyrocketing, to him, the feeling of being cheated was truly unpleasant. No, this number is too little. The gray-clothed middle-aged man wasn't satisfied. There were a total of 90 pills, and if they were to be distributed, no one would be satisfied. At least 100 pills for each type. Impossible. Lin Fei directly refused. 100 pills? Are you asking for my life? I'll still say the same thing. 30 pills. 90 pills. You can make another request. The gray-clothed middle-aged man said. Negotiating with Lin Fei, he couldn't exert any strength at all. He had never felt so sullen. Request? So kind? Lin Fei didn't quite believe it. It was as if the sun had risen from the west. As long as you give us 90 pills for each type, I can make the decision to agree to one of your conditions. 30 pills was too little for them. 90 pills was a must, but he also knew that this Lin Fei wouldn't give up until he saw the goods. If he just used his power to pressure him, it would instead make the other party feel disgusted. You can make the decision, Lin Fei said with a doubtful attitude. The gray-clothed, middle-aged man almost vomited blood. If it wasn't for his identity, he really wanted to slap this guy to death. If I say I can make the decision, then I can make the decision. Lin Fei's words were actually unnecessary. From the other party's aura and attitude, ordinary people couldn't stand it. Only a freak like him wouldn't be affected. A request? Let me think about it. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. 90 pills for each type didn't matter to Lin Fei. It was just that he didn't want the other party to take it away so easily. Now that he could make a request, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't waste it. It was shameful to waste. Hearing Lin Fei's attitude, the gray-clothed, middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that Lin Fei would refuse. If that was the case, it would be difficult to handle. Did he have to make a move? He wouldn't make a move until the last moment. This was a far cry from their harvest. If they couldn't succeed, it might be a big problem in the future. Chapter 572. Since the other party had already put it this way, it would be inappropriate for Lin Fei to continue to refuse. 90 elixirs and over 300 elixirs were a small matter to Lin Fei. He wouldn't need to spend a lot of points to exchange for protection from Sin Paradise's experts. Lin Fei would be the biggest fool in the world to refuse such a deal. My request is simple. You must give me 10 loose immortal experts within a month. Lin Fei stated his conditions. Protection? This was the beginning of the deal. Lin Fei would make sure they couldn't live without the elixirs. These 3 elixirs were just the beginning. They were like drugs. Once they became addicted, it would be very difficult to refuse. 10 loose immortal experts? The middle-aged man in gray was surprised. He couldn't imagine Lin Fei making such a request. It's very simple for you. Lin Fei didn't give them a chance to refuse. I need them alive. They must be loose immortals. This isn't difficult for you. You can agree or refuse. That's my request. 10 loose immortal experts, and all of them were loose immortals at that. It was indeed quite difficult to keep them alive. All right, we'll do as you say. The middle-aged man in gray agreed readily. Everything else could be discussed after reaching an agreement. Even though he couldn't decipher the elixir the first time, he believed that he would be able to decipher it after some time. The prerequisite was that he had enough elixirs to research. It's a pleasure working with you. Lin Fei chuckled. Lin Fei benefited greatly from working with them by offering them extremely expensive elixirs. If they found out that the elixirs were so cheap and they had to pay the price, they would probably commit suicide. After reaching an agreement, Lin Fei prepared the elixirs. The person who came to collect them was Song Fei. At the same time, he brought over 10 loose immortals. This deal was very secretive. If word got out, Sin Paradise would be criticized. Check it, lest you say that I'm lying. Song Fei really checked it. He was worried that the elixirs were substandard. He knew that the higher-ups were arguing over this request. 10 loose immortals. This kind of good thing, Lin Fei was more delighted than anyone else. I'll refine it first. The reason why Lin Fei used loose immortal experts was to increase his own accumulation. Mosquito meat was still mosquito meat. It would be a waste not to use it. The days passed by peacefully. On this day, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the continent. The outsiders had invaded. The armies of the various dynasties, empires, and alien races had officially landed on the continent. They stealthily took over the human empires, and the war had begun. When this news came out, everyone was shocked and in disbelief. The non-humankind armies would also land on the continent. But when everyone was talking about it, after the non-humankind armies arrived in the few large empires, everyone sensed a great crisis. The outsiders had actually entered the continent. This was just the beginning. The outsiders' army started their conquest from the empires, dividing the continent into many regions. The empires, big and small, immediately suffered heavy losses. Within half a month, many dynasties had fallen. Facing the non-humankind army, the human forces had all been forced to retreat. They weren't a match for the non-humankind army at all. Everyone on the continent was shocked once again. The outsiders still invaded. Hearing this news, Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. After a few days, the invasion of the non-humankind army was faster than expected. The moment they appeared, they quickly took over the empires and formed their bases. The continent was in complete chaos. The non-humankind are too strong. Lin Fei and the others gathered together. Even the 4 evil men stopped eating, drinking, and playing. I went to the nearest dynasty. There were hundreds of thousands of non-humankind army there. The dynasty lasted for 5 days before being blasted apart. On the day the city was breached, the royal family was slaughtered. The big and small forces all surrendered. Qi Lian Sky Demon said, "It seems like the scale of the invasion this time is greater than before." True Immortal Wine's expression wasn't too good. A dynasty is worth hundreds of thousands of troops. I'm afraid the number of non-humankind army this time is no less than tens of billions, maybe even hundreds of billions. No one doubted this number at all. When True Immortal Wine said those words, everyone grew shocked. An army of hundreds of billions. Just hearing this number, one could tell how terrifying it was. More importantly, they were all body cultivators, not chi cultivators. Chi cultivators were naturally weaker than body cultivators. 10 chi cultivators against 10 body cultivators. The body cultivators were destined to win. This was destined. Lin Fei had come into contact with body cultivators before. They were really strong, especially when they knew formations. With tens of thousands of people activating formations, it would definitely be a shocking attack. Everyone had some doubts about why Lin Fei didn't leave Sin Paradise. Now, they finally understood what was going on. Rather than fighting alone, it was better to find someone to rely on. Once the mutated race army made their move, they displayed their powerful techniques. At this moment, unity was power. If Lin Fei really left Sin Paradise, the mutated race army might surround and attack, and Mythology Sect would collapse. Otherwise, they would be completely wiped out. Seniors, the invasion of the non-humankind is a good chance for Myth Sect to accumulate strength. I hope that seniors can help us when the time comes. When a non-humankind army invaded, The weaker empires would be the first to be attacked. Only those with a certain level of strength would be left. Lin Fei needed to recruit them to expand myth-sect strength. I hate the non-human kind. Even if you don't say anything, we will do it. The continent belongs to the human race, not the non-human kind. Unity is everything. We will definitely support you. Lin Fei relied on these few high-leveled loose immortals the most. With a large number of non-human kind invading the continent, high-leveled loose immortals would be the strongest fighting force. Even though there weren't many of them at the moment, Lin Fei believed that as time passed, there would naturally be a large number of experts joining Myth Sect. Lin Fei didn't doubt this at all. The continent had just started to become chaotic, so Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. Ding, mission unlocked. At this moment, the mission began. Lin Fei was startled. It wasn't time for him to issue missions yet, so why would a mission be unlocked? Ding. Celestial Immortal Promotion Mission unlocked. Lin Fei was shocked once again. He still needed a long time before he could advance to Celestial Immortal. Why would a mission be issued so soon? It would be a lie if Lin Fei didn't want to advance to Celestial Immortal. He really wanted to know what this Celestial Immortal Promotion mission was. Ding! Celestial Immortal Promotion mission is split into 3 parts. Ding! First part, Myth Sect will become a top power in the continent, and its name will spread throughout the entire mortal world. Reward, 10 billion points, 10 billion energy. Lin Fei nearly vomited blood. System, don't tell me you think this requirement is too difficult. Lin Fei didn't know how big the mortal world was, but he knew that there were countless worlds in this world. It wasn't easy to spread one's name. Top power? This was another huge problem. Ding. Second part, kill 3 or more of the 10 great god kings. Reward, 50 billion points, 50 billion energy. Lin Fei vomited blood again. Every god king was comparable to a celestial immortal. If he killed them, he would probably be killed by them, right? Lin Fei didn't know how far he was from the celestial immortal level. Killing them would probably take 10 years. This was another difficult mission to complete. Even though the rewards were generous, he had to be qualified to complete it. Otherwise, everything would be for naught. Ding! Third part, improve yourself in battle, and your combat strength will reach the combat strength of a celestial immortal. Reward, 5 billion points, 5 billion energy. This was more reliable. Ding! Completed Celestial Immortal Promotion Mission. Reward, 300 billion points, 300 billion energy, peak Celestial Immortal Martial Arts, peak Celestial Immortal Equipment. The rewards were generous. The system store required a large number of points. Even though Lin Fei had hundreds of millions of points in the point store, he was a pauper. He could only look at items that were worth billions and tens of billions. Tens of billions of points. He could buy a high-level martial art. Even if he couldn't use it to attack, it would be a defensive technique. As for energy, it could release powerful attacks. Lin Fei believed that energy was not inferior to celestial force, or even stronger. For the time being, Lin Fei was unable to cultivate energy techniques. He didn't have enough points. If he had enough, Lin Fei would definitely buy energy techniques. Looks like I can't be idle anymore. The system had issued a mission. Lin Fei might not have been in a hurry before, but since the system had issued a mission to advance to Celestial Immortal, he had to do more things. The mythical sect was currently a second-grade sect, and they had very few high-level experts. They were far from being a top sect or top faction. Experts. They were lacking experts. Lin Fei was really worried. The missions issued by the system were not easy to complete. Thinking about it, he was afraid that only the last mission would be easy to complete, which was to raise his combat strength to Celestial Immortal. In the blink of an eye, the foreign races had been attacking the continent for a month. The foreign races' vanguard filled the entire continent, and they kept probing the factions. A foreign race vanguard appeared in Sin Paradise, and they started a wave of battle in the outer regions. In the end, the cannon fodder foreign races showed off their prowess, and they actually killed 3 times the human race before they were finally eliminated. This news was unbelievable to everyone. Were the foreign races really that strong? Looks like the foreign races have researched many formations over the years. The scene of the battle between the foreign races and the human race was recorded by someone using a divine ability. Almost every major faction in Sin Paradise had a copy. Lin Fei was also looking at this record. See this? This formation linked their strength together, increasing their combat strength and defense. The human race lost the initiative from the start, which allowed them to form a formation. Shang Wanhong explained while staring at the foreign races in the record. The foreign races are not easy to deal with. 1,000 foreign race cannon fodder killed more than 3,000 humans. The disparity in strength was too great. Even if the human race had a large population, they couldn't afford such losses. Also, see this? The important parts of their bodies are all protected. Shang Wanhong continued. The foreign races are different from us humans. Some cultivate their primordial spirits, while others cultivate their cores. For example, this stone golem cultivator cultivates his core, the left chest area. As long as his core doesn't shatter, they can recover. Lin Fei didn't have much understanding of the foreign races, especially when it came to classifying them in detail. There was such a thing as a core in the foreign races. It was no wonder that Lin Fei killed most of the commanders who cultivated their primordial spirits. Moreover, he wouldn't think too much when he killed them. He would kill the foreign races first before thinking about anything else. Hearing Shang Wanhong's words, Lin Fei finally realized that the foreign races had such a method. It seemed like he only needed to destroy the foreign races' cores in the future. It would save him a lot of trouble, and he wouldn't be able to kill the foreign races without killing them. At this time, Lin Jiqing seemed to have some matters to attend to. She hurried in. Chapter 573. The Tianjin Temple sent a message for help. Lin Fei was surprised and quickly asked, "What's the situation?" Lin Fei had already expected that the Tianjin Temple would be besieged by the demonic races. It was no surprise that the invasion was delayed for a month. It would be strange if the demonic races' army did not make a move. When they left, Lin Jiqing had been worried about the Tianjin Temple. The mighty god empire had colluded with the demonic races. Once the demonic races' army arrived through the teleportation tower, the Tianjin Temple would definitely be attacked by the mighty god empire. A month's time was not long and was just right. Once the demonic races' army arrived, they would first eliminate the stubborn resistance forces in the imperial capital. Then, they would attack the strongest Tianjin Temple. "I brought someone in," Lin Jiqing said anxiously. "I also heard the message from the Tianjin Temple, so I quickly brought someone over." Immediately, a person covered in blood was brought in. He was wearing the uniform of the Tianjin Temple. His face was filled with panic. Obviously, he was in extreme fear. "Supervisor, this is what the Grand Palace Lord asked me to give to you." The person had obviously not recovered. When he saw Lin Fei, his eyes lit up and he took out a jade talisman. Lin Fei took it from him. He knew that this was a kind of message. It recorded the situation at the scene. It could also be the Grand Palace Lord's words. Voila! The jade talisman was crushed. Suddenly, a light screen appeared in front of everyone. The scene of the demonic races attacking the Tianjin Temple appeared in front of everyone. The black mass of demonic races' army surrounded the Tianjin Temple. It was almost impossible to see the end of it. The demonic races' army really put in a lot of effort. Shang Wanhong was also surprised. The Tianjin Temple was a second-grade sect. It was still some distance away from a first-grade sect. See this? They are the three-eyed demonic races. Every time they besiege the sect, they are always present. True immortal wine pointed at one of the demonic races. They are best at creating spiritual illusions. It is a very vicious attack. Lin Fei recognized the three-eyed alien. All of them are mid-stage loose immortals. Their illusions are extremely terrifying. If the Tianjin Temple is breached, the disciples of the Tianjin Temple will find it hard to resist. A mind grandmaster, Lin Fei knew how terrifying it was. A mind illusion created by a mind grandmaster could easily trap them. For human experts, if they didn't go through life and death tempering, it would definitely be a terrifying nightmare. How many days has it been since the outsiders attacked you? Lin Fei asked. On the light screen, it was just the outsiders surrounding the god of Heaven Mountain. Then, the scene in front of Xiaochen appeared. 3 days ago, the Grand Palace Lord used a great divine ability to send me out. That person replied. The Grand Palace Master said that the outsider army has arranged for a total of 10 high-level loose immortals and is asking for Supervisor Lin's help. Lin Fei cursed the Great Palace Lord. If he had let them leave back then, today's scene wouldn't have happened. Jiqing, can the array of the Tenjin Temple last for 3 days? Lin Fei asked Lin Jiqing. It should be possible. Lin Jiqing wasn't very confident, especially when she heard that 10 high-level loose immortals were going to attack. Look, they are attacking the array. On the light screen, the situation changed again. A team of 1,000 formed a huge array and started attacking the Tenjin Temple. Every attack was incomparably ferocious. The entire God of Heaven Mountain's array was fully activated, blocking wave after wave of attacks. Those should be the high-level loose immortals. At this moment, the light screen changed. Outside the black mass of the outsider army, there were many tall, round platforms, which were especially eye-catching. On the round platforms, there were many powerful figures. Even though the light screen was activated, one could still feel how powerful they were. High-level loose immortals. Lin Fei could tell at a glance that these people were all high-level loose immortals. Only high-level itinerant immortals could emit such an aura. They were all itinerant immortals who had transcended the itinerant immortal tribulations. In terms of combat power, they were innately extremely powerful. The Tenjin Temple really is in big trouble. For the sake of a single Tenjin Temple, they sent out 10 high-level loose immortals, and each of them is so powerful. The mighty god Empire really thought highly of the Tenjin Temple by sending out 10 high-level loose immortals. The Heavenly God Palace might not even have 10 high-level loose immortals in total. 3 or 4 high-level loose immortals would at most be enough. However, the Heavenly God Palace had mobilized 10 high-level loose immortals at once. Without external help, the Tenjin Temple was destined to be destroyed. It was no wonder that the Great Palace Lord would take action. Eldest Prince Xiaochuan. At this moment, a figure flew over. Lin Fei immediately recognized the figure. It was the eldest prince, Xiaochuan. It turned out that the Tenjin Temple had promised not to kill the Tenjin Temple's disciples. In any case, the temptation was not small. The Tenjin Temple was the #1 power in the mighty God Empire. If they could surrender, they could reduce unnecessary losses and gain a helper. Husband, you must help the Tenjin Temple. Lin Jiqing was a disciple of the Tenjin Temple and also the holy maiden of the Tenjin Temple. Naturally, she did not want to see the Tenjin Temple destroyed by the mighty god Empire. Facing such a large army, Lin Fei understood that even if he helped, he would not be able to help much. He could only bring some people and leave. They were too strong. More importantly, they were still in the mighty god Empire. This was the enemy's base camp, and they could only help a little. Once the mighty god Empire's army arrived, it would definitely be a headache. Lin Fei comforted Lin Jiqing. Don't worry, I will definitely help the Tenjin Temple. Who asked his woman to be a disciple of the Tenjin Temple? Even if they chose not to leave and rejected his good intentions, Lin Fei still had to help. This was inevitable. If he did not help, the Tenjin Temple would really be destroyed. Seniors, I still need you to lend a hand in this matter. Lin Fei said to them. It was impossible for him to help the Heavenly God Palace by himself. With 6 high-level rogue immortals and himself, they could barely hold on for a while and rescue the Tenjin Temple's elders. After all, this was a pretty good force. It's been a long time since I last fought with experts from the foreign tribes. If I don't help, I'll be crippled. True Immortal Wine took a sip of wine. Who asked us to not leave your good wine? This time, Lin Fei did not intend to bring a lot of people. This time, they were rescuing people from the enemy's base camp. There were 6 high-level rogue immortals, plus Lin Fei and Lin Jiqing, a total of 6 people. He did not bring anyone else. With the strength of such a small team, it should not be a problem for them to resist a high-level rogue immortal. We will arrive in about 2 hours. They drove the warship together, and the speed was really fast. In less than half a day, if we can have a teleportation point, it will be much easier. Scarlet, refining heavenly demon, said. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Building a teleportation point, especially for a long distance, requires a lot of resources. Who doesn't want to build one? If the Tianjin Temple had a teleportation point, Lin Fei would not need to work so hard and rush all the way here. I wonder how the Grand Palace Master and the rest are doing. At the bow of the warship, Lin Jiqing looked worried. 3 days had passed, and the situation was still unknown. She was afraid that the Tianjin Temple had been attacked. Lin Fei comforted. Your Tianjin Temple is a rank 2 sect. The Mountain Gate Array is not that easy to break. The Outsider's army will also have to pay a huge price. Lin Fei had heard of the Mountain Gate Array of the Tianjin Temple. It was rather famous. With a high-level rogue immortal personally controlling the array, it was impossible for the Outsider's army to break it in a short period of time. Furthermore, they would have to pay a huge price. Lin Fei was very relieved. The Outsider's army should not be that fast. Let's hope so. Lin Jiqing was also uncertain. The Tianjin Temple had been standing for so long. It would be a lie if she was not worried when the Outsider's army attacked. An hour later, Lin Fei kept the warship and brought everyone into the God Flame space to prevent others from noticing. This time, Lin Fei was going to save people, not to kill people. He had to be careful. He knew very well how powerful the Outsider's army was. Lin Fei controlled the God Flame space and shot through the void towards the Tianjin Temple. At this time, the Godly Might Empire was filled with the Outsider's army. The aura of the Outsiders was everywhere. Every dynasty was under the control of the Outsiders. Traces of war could be seen everywhere. Some of the imperial cities were almost razed to the ground. Lin Fei was very clear that some of the imperial cities had resisted with all their might. In the end, they were razed to the ground. In some imperial cities, there were no changes. Needless to say, they had surrendered. Fortunately, Huang Xiaolong emerged from the void. Lin Fei appeared 10,000 li away from the Tianjin Temple. At this moment, the sky was filled with darkness. Lin Fei could clearly sense that there were at least 1 million foreign race soldiers here, surrounding the heavenly deity palace so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. The only fortunate thing was that the alien army hadn't attacked the heavenly god palace yet. If the Tianjin Temple fell, Lin Fei really wouldn't know what to do. Jiqing lead the way. Even if Lin Fei was in the divine flame space, he would need to enter the formation. He wouldn't be able to force his way in. Within the formation, even the dust would be completely destroyed. Otherwise, everyone would be able to enter. This was what Lin Fei hoped for the most. He would be able to sneak in without anyone noticing. Sneaking out was the best way to make them suspicious. 3 steps forward. Under Lin Jiqing's guidance, Lin Fei controlled the divine flame space. At this time, the formation was constantly being attacked. Ripples appeared on the surface of the formation. Following Lin Jiqing's guidance, Lin Fei entered the formation. At this time, the formation was fully activated. There was a dangerous aura everywhere. Many corpses were left in the formation. Within the formation, practically every formation core was overseen by a bodiless immortal, and they controlled the Grand Mountain Guard formation perfectly. When there was no war, the formation wouldn't be activated. After all, it consumed a lot of resources. Seems like there's no problem. Coming out of the formation, inside the Tianjin Temple, there was a tense atmosphere, especially the flow of heaven and earth spiritual qi. It was obvious that the activation of the formation was consuming heaven and earth spiritual qi. This is consuming the Tianjin Temple's spirit vein. Suddenly, the pot-bellied true immortal spoke. He was clearly surprised. What? Spirit vein? Lin Fei was shocked. He suspected that he had heard wrongly. Yes, there's a spirit vein under the Tianjin Temple. The pot-bellied true immortal said, I finally understand why they can resist the alien army. It turns out that there's a spirit vein under the temple. The formation is set on the spirit vein. If I'm not wrong, this spirit vein is at least grade 5. The formation can extract the spirit vein. Unless the spirit vein is exhausted, it will be very difficult for them to break into the Tenjin Temple. Lin Fei knew about spirit veins. Spirit veins were extremely rare. It was difficult for ordinary people to have them. Big sects usually built their buildings on spirit veins. The Tenjin Temple was a grade 2 sect, but it had a grade 5 spirit vein. No wonder it refused to leave. The strength of a sect involved many reasons. For example, a powerful spirit vein could support a powerful mountain defense formation. It would be the greatest help at a critical moment. Before this, Lin Fei did not understand why the Heavenly Deity Palace did not leave. Wasn't it just a sect? They could build a new sect anywhere. But now, it seemed that the Heavenly Deity Palace had their own reasons for not leaving. Among the spirit veins, Grade 1 spirit veins were the strongest, Grade 9 spirit veins were the weakest, and Grade 5 spirit veins were quite good for a Grade 2 sect. Powerful spiritual veins were not something that anyone could possess. For example, a Grade 1 spiritual vein could only be possessed by those at the pinnacle of strength. To subdue this kind of spirit vein, one needed strong combat power. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to suppress the spirit vein. Even Grade 1 spirit veins had spirituality. Spirituality, coupled with the fact that spirit veins were born with energy, would be equivalent to a super expert. A Grade 1 spirit vein was no weaker than a 9 tribulation scattered immortal. Lin Fei did not expect the Tenjin Temple to have such a strong foundation. The Grand Palace Master is in the main hall. Lin Fei scanned the hall with his divine sense and immediately found the Grand Palace Master. At this time, the Son of Heaven was in the palace, constantly giving various orders to resist the attack of the mutated clan army. Grand Palace Master, 20% of the spirit vein has been consumed. A subordinate came up to report. Continue to open it. The Son of Heaven did not change. At this time, the Son of Heaven suddenly moved. Lin Fei appeared with his people. Seeing the mysterious appearance of Lin Fei in the main hall, he could not help but be surprised. Grand Palace Master, Lin Jiqing was the most worried one. You are finally here. The Son of Heaven's eyes flashed with a touch of joy. Grand Palace Master, I don't think I am late. Seeing that the Grand Palace Master was fine, Lin Fei was relieved in his heart. When he came, he was afraid that the Tenjin Temple would fall into the hands of the mutated clan. You're not late. You are not late. The Son of Heaven's serious face turned into a smiling face. We did not listen to your advice. Now we are very regretful. I don't know how many experts you brought this time. The Son of Heaven asked. Not many. Just a few high-level loose immortals. Lin Fei said, the mutated clan army has gathered many experts. I can only bring you out from here. As for whether to give up the Tenjin Temple or not, it is up to you. Lin Fei did not come to kill people. He can only bring them out. This is one of his tasks. The Son of Heaven was a little disappointed, but very excited. Can you really bring our people out? Lin Fei's divine flame space is very big. He can bring people out. There's no problem at all. No problem. As long as you organize the people, I can bring them out. I guarantee that no one will know. Great Palace Master, let's leave. Lin Jiqing also advised. We can still make a comeback if we don't leave. Once the Tenjin Temple is captured, there will be nothing left of the Tenjin Temple. Of course, Lin Jiqing hoped that the Great Palace Master would choose to leave. As long as the people are still there, there is still a chance. But if the Tenjin Temple is captured, there will be no chance. Of course, Lin Jiqing hoped that the Great Palace Master can think it through. Okay, I will arrange people to prepare immediately. The Son of Heaven was very determined. But before leaving, I want Supervisor Lin to do me a favor. What does it say it? You should know that there's a rank 5 spiritual vein under the Tenjin Temple, which was brought out by a senior of our Tenjin Temple from the Arcana realm and placed in the God of Heaven mountain. It is because of this spiritual vein that the Tenjin Temple can continue to grow. Now that we are leaving, we must put away the spiritual vein. We can't let it fall into the hands of the foreign tribes. I need you and your experts to help suppress the rank 5 spiritual vein. Lin Fei was curious before. It seems that there is no spiritual vein in this area. so it is no wonder that it was created in the past. Spiritual veins can be born in the heaven and earth. They can also be suppressed by external forces. With the existence of spiritual veins, the sect will also develop and become a blessed paradise. The Tenjin Temple is such an existence. With the existence of spiritual veins, the spiritual chi of the heaven and earth is denser than the outside world. The God of Heaven Mountain is also the best place to cultivate. Okay, no problem. Lin Fei immediately agreed without hesitation. With the experts he brought, it is quite easy to suppress a rank 5 spiritual vein. They can suppress it if they want. Everyone, follow me. The Son of Heaven brought Lin Fei and the others to the forbidden area. There is a forbidden area in the Tenjin Temple. This forbidden area has never allowed people to enter. Unless it is to this extent, outsiders are not allowed to enter. Lin Fei, I feel something is wrong. Suddenly, Qilian Sky Demon's divine sense transmitted. Not good. Lin Fei did not bat an eyelid. It shouldn't be. Qilian Sky Demon said, I am very sensitive to danger. Especially after cultivating the absolute art of our Sky Demon clan, I can faintly feel the existence of danger. Could it be the danger of the spiritual vein? Lin Fei did not think about other things. If the spiritual vein evolves from rank 5 to rank 4, it will be a little troublesome. Qilian Sky Demon said, maybe, anyway, it is better for us to be careful. After all, this is the base camp of the foreign race army. Anything can happen. It is definitely not wrong to be prepared in advance. Lin Fei said, then let everyone pay attention to the surroundings. If you do not see the spiritual vein, you do not need to come out. That is the only way. Qilian Sky Demon said, I hope my feeling is not true. If there is danger, it will be really troublesome for us to leave the Shunwei Empire. Lin Fei secretly became vigilant, secretly using his divine sense to search. There were no changes. Everything was fine. Could it be that Big Brother Qi Lian's feeling is really wrong? Lin Fei asked himself. Other than this, there did not seem to be any danger. The Tenjin Temple has not been conquered. What kind of trouble could there be? My feeling must be wrong. Under the Son of Heaven's lead, Lin Fei and Lin Jiqing went all the way down into a very deep passage. Inside the passage, there were many arrays. Lin Fei felt the aura of the spiritual vein. It was a huge aura. All the pores on his body subconsciously opened up. Such pure spiritual chi. The spiritual vein is an existence of a higher level than the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. After absorbing the spiritual vein, the internal quality is not something ordinary people can understand. This is also why everyone treats the spiritual vein as a treasure. This is indeed a treasure. We are here. After flying for a long distance, Lin Fei and Lin Jiqing appeared in a huge space. A long silvery white river appeared in front of everyone. This is the spiritual vein? This is the first time Lin Fei saw the existence of the spiritual vein. He only learned about it through the ancient records. Such a huge amount of energy. Lin Fei was shocked. If he could devour this spiritual vein, his strength might increase by a lot. This power was simply too immense, causing even Lin Fei to feel restless. The massive amount of power was being sucked out continuously to support the formation. You can ask your experts to come out. Everyone will suppress it together, said the Son of Heaven. I have a treasure with me. It can suppress the spiritual vein. All right. Lin Fei released the 4 evildoers. The Son of Heaven was slightly shocked. With this, we are even more confident. They must be at the 8th tribulation stage. When Lin Fei released the 4 evildoers, Lin Jiqing could not help but feel slightly surprised. She did not know why, but when she saw the look in Lin Fei's eyes, she hid her doubts. Seniors, I will need you all to take action later. Lin Fei said, what treasure? Just take it out and suppress the spiritual vein. That way we can pack up and leave. True Immortal Wine laughed. This is an immortal artifact, specially used to suppress spiritual veins. Everyone, just channel your energy into the immortal artifact, and you'll be able to suppress the spiritual vein and collect it. The Son of Heaven brought out a round disc. Originally, given my strength, I would not be able to activate this immortal artifact. However, with you all taking action together, there will be no problems. Everyone, let's attack together. The Son of Heaven brought out the round disc, and a wave of immortal might instantly appeared. He took the initiative to channel it into the immortal artifact, causing it to shine brightly. Let me do it. Lin Fei also sent out a wave of energy into the immortal artifact. The four evildoers were not surprised and channeled their energy into the immortal artifact as well. The immortal artifact flew up and appeared above the spiritual vein. Immortal might enveloped the spiritual vein. The grade 5 spiritual vein now possessed spirituality. How could it be suppressed? It immediately turned into a giant and started to resist the immortal artifact suppression. However, the 7 evildoers made a move and firmly suppressed the spiritual vein. Everyone, put in a bit more effort. We will succeed soon. The Son of Heaven's face turned pale. He had lost a significant amount of energy. Lin Fei and the others also used their energy. When they channeled their energy into the immortal artifact, it shone brightly and quickly suppressed the spiritual vein. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just at this moment, someone charged out from the dark. A beam of white light struck them, and all of them were injured. Be careful. They quickly tried to retract their energy. However, they were unable to do so and were firmly suppressed. Then, the immortal artifact kept devouring their quintessence. Son of Heaven, what are you doing? Lin Fei was furious. He understood that this was the Son of Heaven's doing. Ha ha ha. Don't blame the Son of Heaven. He is not your Son of Heaven at all. At this moment, a group of people walked out of the space. The person in the lead was the first prince, Xia Chuan. Chapter 574. Xia Chuan. Lin Fei recognized the other party at a glance. Although he wasn't worried before, he didn't expect the Tenjin Temple's Grand Palace Master to trick him. Whoosh! Tian Shinxi's body shook as he transformed into an alien. His face was so ugly that it was nauseating. Let me introduce myself. I'm a shape-shifting member of the alien race. As long as I eat someone, I can perfectly transform. What do you think? My shape-shifting technique isn't bad, right? You ate the Grand Palace Master. Lin Jiqing's beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent as she stared at the foreign race. She couldn't accept the scene in front of her. He, the Son of Heaven has already gone to hell, the foreign race said. I'll eat you later. Look at how delicate you are. I'm sure you'll taste really good. Dream on. Lin Jiqing's voice was cold and filled with anger. Then the siege of the Tenjin Temple was also a facade? Lin Fei asked Xia Chuan. Xia Chuan was very proud. Of course, we wanted to lure you into our trap. When you entered the Divine Might Empire, we knew about it. We were just waiting for you to take the bait. Fortunately, you didn't notice anything and are now in my hands. Then the suppression of the spirit vein was also a facade. Lin Fei said again. Xia Chuan was in high spirits. Lin Fei in his father's eyes was still obediently in my hands. When the time comes, I'll give him to the Saintess and make a name for myself. Emperor's throne? What does that count for? I want to be famous in the continent. That's not it, Xia Chuan said proudly. We were already planning to suppress the Tenjin Temple's spirit vein. However, in order to capture you, we specially set a trap for you. How does this heaven-devouring immortal artifact taste? I've always felt that this immortal artifact was rather useless. I didn't expect that it would come in handy today. You don't have to struggle. The heaven-devouring immortal artifact doesn't have any other use. In order to deal with Lin Fei, Xia Chuan had put in a lot of effort. Now, he had finally succeeded in reaping the harvest. On one hand, there was the resistance of the spirit vein. On the other hand, there was the suppression of the immortal artifact. Both of them were unable to make a move, and their strength was greatly reduced. If they were still unable to deal with Lin Fei's group, Xia Chuan could just knock himself to death. So you're saying that the higher-ups of the Tenjin Temple are also in your hands? Lin Fei asked as he resisted the devouring of the fairy weapon. A bunch of old fogies. They deserved to die for resisting the non-human army, so they all went to follow the great palace master. Xia Chuan sneered. However, you can rest assured that I will not kill you. The Holy Maiden will personally take action, and you will become the capital of my battle record. Kill them all, Xia Chuan said to several high-level loose immortals. Whoosh, whoosh. 5 figures flew out. They were all high-level loose immortals. Their faces were expressionless, and their bodies were filled with a cold, metallic aura. Puppet, Xia Chuan said, you have a good eye. Even though you don't have the battle prowess of a true high-stage loose immortal, you are still invincible amongst mid-stage loose immortals. Dealing with the few of you will be a piece of cake. Given Xia Chuan's position, it was impossible for him to command high-level loose immortals. However, puppet loose immortals were not a problem. Leave this girl to me. The non-human from before had a ferocious expression as he charged at Lin Jiqing with a sinister smile. Don't struggle, little girl. It's been a long time since I tasted such delicious food. Shang Wanhong, Brother Qilian, block them. I will take the spirit vein. Lin Fei shouted. Shang Wanhong and Qilian Heavenly Demon flew out. The two instantly joined forces. In the underground space, energy fluctuations blocked the 5 puppet loose immortals. You really did hide something. Xia Chuan's expression changed slightly. Even if you hid 2 high-level loose immortals, what can you do? Devour, Xia Chuan sneered. He controlled the heaven-devouring immortal artifact to madly devour the true yuan of the 6 people. The suppressed spirit vein instantly resisted, making it difficult for them to divert their attention. Little Lin, quickly take the spirit vein. We can't hold them off for long. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon and Shang Wanhong worked together to form an inescapable net to buy time for Lin Fei. However, the 5 high-level loose immortal puppets and the middle-level loose immortal puppets put a lot of pressure on the two. Furnace of Heaven and Earth, take it. Even though part of the true yuan had been devoured, it did not stop Lin Fei from using the Furnace of Heaven and Earth. Boom! A huge red vortex appeared above the spirit vein. An aura that did not belong to this world was released. The spirit vein resisted at first, turning into a spiritual qi giant. However, it still could not resist the might of the Furnace of Heaven and Earth. Its huge body was sucked into the vortex. Block it! Block it! Xia Chuan's expression changed again. This was beyond his expectation. Lin Fei had a treasure that could take the spirit vein. Whoosh! A huge hand reached out from the red vortex. It grabbed the spirit vein and pulled it into the vortex. However, this was not the end. The huge hand reached out again and grabbed. The immortal artifact that Xia Chuan was controlling lost its connection with. It was sucked into the divine flame space and suppressed. It was just an immortal artifact, and Lin Fei was able to suppress it just like that. You actually took the spirit vein and the immortal artifact. This is impossible. How did you do it? Xia Chuan was shocked. He was going crazy. In order to set up this trap, Xia Chuan had spent a lot of effort and set up such a huge formation. However, he was not satisfied with the result. What would the other princes think of him? What would the saintess think of him? Kill him. Kill him. He must have put some effort into suppressing the spirit vein and the immortal artifact. Xia Chuan waved his hand. The loose, immortal experts behind him swarmed out. Lin Fei felt lucky. If it were not for the Furnace of Heaven and Earth, he would be in big trouble today. Great cutting technique. Since they dared to ambush him, Lin Fei would not hold back. He used his strongest killing move right from the start. A white arc slashed out. Bang! 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 Those weak loose immortals were killed by Lin Fei on the spot. Xia Chuan, you set up a trap. Who would have thought that I would be able to survive? Now, it's your turn. Lin Fei was like a tiger descending the mountain. Using his hand as a sword, a 300 feet long sword light turned into a huge whirlpool and descended on Xia Chuan's head. You want to kill me? Impossible. Xia Chuan laughed out loud. A blue star bead appeared on his body. He then disappeared quietly. Lin Fei, so what if you can escape? This is the main camp of the Divine Might Empire. You are dead meat. Bang! The star bead shattered, and Xia Chuan disappeared. What a cunning guy! Lin Fei cursed. To think that the crown prince would be so cowardly. He escaped the moment Lin Fei made a move. Lin Fei was frustrated. Kill. Now that Xiachuan had escaped, Lin Fei could only attack the other alien races. Without the suppression of the heaven-devouring immortal artifact, the four villains had recovered their combat power. They instantly suppressed the other alien races. After all, they were all veteran high-level loose immortals. In less than half an hour, other than the few that managed to escape, the rest were all killed. Even that shape-shifting alien race was killed by Lin Jiqing. Damn it, the alien races are getting stronger. The Qi Lian heavenly demon cursed. To be able to replicate a person so well that no one could see any flaws, they are really something. Everyone had to admit that the alien races were more powerful than they had expected. Let's go. The Tenjin Temple has fallen. If we don't leave now, we will be surrounded by the elites of the Divine Might Empire. Lin Fei could clearly feel that many powerful elites were coming down from the outside. Let's go. After placing them into the space behind him, Lin Fei controlled the divine flame space and flew out. At this time, the outside of the Tenjin Temple was surrounded by an army. My lords, this Lin Fei's strength is average, but he has an immortal artifact that can travel through the void. It is because of this that this one's plan was ruined. Xiachuan was dejected as he stood in front of a few high-level loose immortals. These were the real high-level loose immortals. Each of them was filled with powerful combat power, and each of them was superior. Spatial immortal artifact? A one-horned alien race member said. Change the formation immediately and seal off the Tenjin Temple. Rumble. The formation on Tiger Mountain changed rapidly, completely flattening into two different existences. No matter what kind of spatial immortal artifact it is, we 9 high-level loose immortals will attack and use our heavenly flames to completely refine it. This Lin Fei, the Saintess, doesn't like him. He must die. The grade, 5 spirit vein of the Tenjin Temple has also been stolen. Lin Fei must die. Once he dies, the spirit vein will appear. All right, let's completely refine this spatial immortal artifact. The 9 high-level foreign race members flew into the sky and formed a large formation. They ignored the disciples of the Tenjin Temple below. Huge flames flew out from above their heads and fell into the Tenjin Temple formation. Whoosh, whoosh. The 9 heavenly flames burned fiercely, and the terrifying heat swept through the entire Tenjin Temple. An Emperor Powerhouse scolded the other party for not keeping their promise. He had just taken out a heavenly spirit treasure when the heavenly flames burned him to death. He couldn't even resist. Those who were weaker were instantly killed. They couldn't be more dead. How cruel! Xiachuan thought he was ruthless enough. Seeing the 9 high-level foreign race members destroy the Tenjin Temple in one move, he finally saw who was the most terrifying existence. These high-level foreign race members really didn't take the human race seriously. They changed the formation. We can't break out. As soon as they came out, Lin Jiqing exclaimed, they want to destroy the Tenjin Temple. Husband, save them. Don't attack. Shengwan Hong said hurriedly. The 9 high-level loose immortals are paying attention to the entire Tenjin Temple with their consciousness. As soon as we attack, they can lock us down and trap us. Everyone felt pressure when 9 high-level loose immortals attacked, especially 9 heavenly flames. Qi refinement cultivators would definitely die if they went out. Human body refinement cultivators could control the heavenly flames, but Qi refinement cultivators had weak bodies and couldn't refine them. Now that the 9 heavenly flames were combined, they were truly ferocious. In less than a moment, the huge Tenjin Temple turned into a sea of fire. Both the humans and the buildings were burned to ashes in an instant. Cruel, extremely cruel. Jiqing, don't worry. One day I'll make them pay. Lin Fei saw the cruelty of the foreign race for the first time. The huge Tenjin Temple was destroyed just like that. Lin Fei wanted to go out and help them, but the heavenly flames were too fierce. Before he could do anything, the disciples of the Tenjin Temple were burned to death. The 9 high-level loose immortals were terrifyingly powerful. The heavenly flames burned continuously, raising the entire Tenjin Temple to the ground. Keep burning. Even immortal artifacts will be refined by our heavenly flames. Everyone, observe everything in the Tenjin Temple. If there's anything different, it must be an immortal artifact. We'll freeze it. The 9 high-level foreign race members were also quick-witted. While burning with the heavenly flames, they searched with their consciousness. The 9 consciousnesses intertwined to form an inescapable net. The divine flame space turned into dust and moved with the dust, not daring to reveal any flaws. If it did, the other party would definitely seal the divine flame space. I'm still not strong enough, Lin Fei thought. If I was strong enough, I could control the divine flame space to tear open the formation. I wouldn't have to worry about them. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Tenjin Temple had been razed to the ground. At the same time, it burned down a few hundred feet, burned by the heavenly flames. Is he dead? After 10 days and 10 nights of burning, they didn't even see Lin Fei's shadow. He should be dead. It's a pity that the spirit vein didn't appear, said another high-level foreign race member. The 9 of them searched the entire Tenjin Temple for 10 days and 10 nights. They could sense any changes. However, during these 10 days, everything within the heavenly deity palace was under their control. Not a single accident occurred. Even the tiniest speck of sand was checked by them. They did not miss a single detail. He's finally dead. No matter how powerful Lin Fei is, he's still going to die at the hands of high-level foreign race members. Xia Chuan didn't leave. When he heard the conclusion of the high-level foreign race member, he heaved a sigh of relief. The only pity was that the 5th-grade spirit vein was lost in vain. It should have been refined by the heavenly flames. Xia Chuan was unwilling to accept this. He didn't know how to explain it when the time came. Fortunately, Lin Fei was dead. Xia Chuan was quite satisfied that he had contributed a part of it. The 9 high-tier outsiders swept through the area of the Heavenly God Palace once again. After sweeping through the entire area of the Heavenly God Palace countless times, they finally confirmed that Lin Fei and the others were all dead. They were very confident in their heavenly flames. Even a top-grade immortal artifact couldn't escape being refined by this kind of heavenly flames. These foreign races have cultivated heavenly flames. How terrifying! During these 10 days, Lin Fei kept controlling the divine flame space. It was very taxing on his mind. Fortunately, it was over. Lin Fei's divine flame space floated among the fine dust. As for why they didn't detect it before, it was because Lin Fei controlled the divine flame space to turn into an heavenly flame. How could they detect it under their noses? The foreign races are all body refiners and have heavenly flames. They are indeed a level stronger than us humans. Shen Wanhong had to admit. No wonder the foreign race army could come so fiercely back then. They do have strength that we can't resist. They were very clear about the power of the 9 high-level foreign races in the divine flame space. If it was an ordinary immortal artifact, it would definitely be refined, and they would be refined to death. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to leave. As expected, they appeared again half a day later. It seems that we really refined it. It's a pity that it's only a 5th-grade spirit vein. The 9 high-level foreign race members appeared again. Their powerful divine senses intertwined into a net and swept over. It was hard to imagine that the foreign races weren't the rude people that humans thought of. Instead, they were very smart people. Chapter 575. Lin Fei stayed for another 4 days before leaving. Lin Fei didn't dare to act rashly due to the craftiness of the mutated tribe. The Tenjin Temple, a grade 2 sect, was destroyed just like that. Of course, it was regretful. Lin Fei regretted that he didn't make things clear to the Son of Heaven. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost a helper. Now, everything was gone. Instead, he was tricked by the other party. He was very unhappy. Lin Fei couldn't do anything about it. The other party was powerful. They sent high-level loose immortals. Lin Fei's battle prowess wasn't bad, but there was a big gap between him and a high-level loose immortal. Sin Paradise. Lin Fei chose to go into seclusion once he returned to Sin Paradise. As for the Tenjin Temple, Lin Fei could only leave it to Lin Jiqing. As the saintess of the Tenjin Temple, it was better for her to handle such matters. He couldn't do it himself. Lin Jiqing was the saintess of the Tenjin Temple. She had the biggest say. The disciples of the Tenjin Temple would definitely listen to her. I will come out of seclusion soon. The reason for this seclusion was to refine the Grade 5 spiritual vein. The Grade 5 spiritual vein contained boundless heaven and earth spiritual qi. If he refined it, he might be able to reach the strength of a sixth tribulation loose immortal. I will appease the disciples of the Tenjin Temple. Lin Jiqing also knew what she had to do. After that, Lin Fei went into seclusion, inside the divine flame space. This long dragon locked the Grade 5 spiritual vein. Every day, he had to use a portion of his strength to suppress it. This was to prevent it from breaking free and damaging the divine flame space. Divine flame of heaven and earth refine. Lin Fei controlled the divine flame and sat cross-legged in the void. He started refining the Grade 5 spiritual vein. The Grade 5 spiritual vein was too powerful. It kept struggling. Lin Fei had to deal with it with all his strength. This was equivalent to 40 to 50 high-level loose immortals. The second auction was over. This auction was even livelier than the previous one. Last time, the outsiders hadn't invaded, but this time, no matter what kind of medicinal pill it was, its price shot up, and it became a hot commodity in everyone's eyes. Blood replenishing pill, potential boosting pill, and emperor-breaking pill. These three types of pills were highly sought after by everyone. Unfortunately, there were too few of them, and the price was several times higher than the previous time. Within a short period of time, the outsiders had destroyed a large number of empires and occupied almost a third of the entire continent. Many places had started to fall. Even if some places hadn't fallen, the outsiders could still be seen everywhere. Even in the outskirts of Sin Paradise, there were still foreign races appearing. Their numbers were small, and once they were discovered, a fierce battle would ensue. For the time being, the outsiders didn't dare to appear in the outskirts of Sin Paradise. Their main camp wasn't in this area, so it was impossible for a large group of outsiders to appear. After the second auction, the reputation of the Mythical Tower's pills started to spread. Many dynasties that had yet to fall also began to arrange for people to bid for the pills. The miraculous effects of the blood-replenishing pill and the other two pills had long been known to the outside world. People had always thought that it was an ancient recipe, and only ancient recipes could refine pills with such effects. After the auction, Lin Fei also came out of seclusion. A spirit vein is indeed not easy to refine. It actually took me around a month. This refining time was completely out of Lin Fei's expectations. When he was in seclusion, he thought that 10 days would be enough. However, the spirit vein had a spirit of its own, and it kept fighting with Lin Fei. The stalemate lasted for a month before he finally refined the spirit vein completely. My harvest is exceptionally great. I didn't expect a Grade 5 spirit vein to contain the strength of 35 to 46 stage bodiless immortals, allowing my strength to reach 6 tribulation bodiless immortal in one go. This was the reason why Lin Fei had wasted so much time. A Grade 5 spirit vein is already so powerful. I wonder how strong a Grade 6 spirit vein, Grade 7 spirit vein, or even a Grade 9 spirit vein would be. A Grade 5 spirit vein was already shocking to Lin Fei. At the same time, he also understood that a spirit vein would be used as a mountain guarding array spirit vein. With the support of this spirit vein, the sect wouldn't be destroyed so easily. If I can refine more spirit veins, I might be able to quickly reach the strength of a 9th stage bodiless immortal. I might even be able to reach the strength of a heavenly immortal. Lin Fei, you're finally out. If you didn't come out, we will have come looking for you. As soon as Lin Fei stepped into the mythical tower, Big Brother Qi Lian and Lin Jiqing came. Did something happen again? This was what Lin Fei was worried about. Nothing happened, Qi Lian said. Qi Lian's Sky Demon said, "It's just that the second auction has ended. We've discussed that it's not appropriate to hold the auction once a month. We were just about to discuss with you about the auction." When he was in seclusion, Lin Fei left behind a batch of elixirs for the auction. Fortunately, he had left them behind. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome. shorten the duration of the auction. Lin Fei came to the meeting room and sat down. Lin Jiqing had also recovered from her sadness. During the 1 month that you were in seclusion, the army of the mutated humans have been waging war everywhere. Many dynasties have been annihilated. Now 1/3 of the continent has fallen into the hands of the mutated humans. As for the remaining 2/3, 1/3 is barely holding on. Perhaps in less than a year, 2/3 of the continent will fall into the hands of the mutated humans. The situation was more serious than he had imagined. Although Lin Fei had foreseen that the mutated humans would be very powerful, he did not expect them to be so fast. At this rate, he was afraid that in less than 10 years, the continent would fall into the hands of the mutated humans. We've discussed, if the elixirs can be supplied in time, we can shorten the auction to once every half a month. Qi Lian Sky Demon said. Half a month is not considered long. It's just right. Lin Fei was thinking about the pros and cons of this. These 3 elixirs can only be sold like this for the time being. However, I can refine some mountain defense arrays and battle armors for auction. Lin Fei thought for a while and said, the time can be shortened to once every half a month. Just now, Lin Fei opened the system shop. He checked the items in the shop. Among them, the array and battle armors were considered relatively cheap. At present, they were the best-selling items. I knew that you would definitely have something good. Qi Lian Sky Demon laughed. In his heart, he had long regarded Lin Fei as the reincarnation of a god. Array and battle armors? Lin Jiqing was suspicious. Right now, all the auction houses are selling battle armors and array formations. We don't have much of an advantage in this aspect. Lin Fei did not care. Their array formations are nothing. The array formations that I refine can withstand the attacks of high-level scattered immortals. If they have the support of the spirit vein, I guarantee that they can last for a few more years. As for the battle armors, after an Imperial Realm expert wears it, it can withstand the attacks of a low-level scattered immortal. A low-level scattered immortal can withstand the attacks of a mid-level scattered immortal. With a large number of points and a ferocious army of the mutated humans, it was too slow to earn sect reputation points. That was why Lin Fei decided to take out the array formations and battle armors to auction. The stronger the human race was, the more effort the mutated humans had to put in. To Lin Fei, it could buy time for him to grow. Currently, what Lin Fei lacked the most was time. Array formations and battle armors were not worth much. There were many benefits to using these things to increase the strength of the human race. Lin Fei did not feel any heartache. So powerful. Lin Jiqing was shocked. Originally, I did not intend to take these things out. You know that it is troublesome to refine them. However, the human race has been defeated too quickly. We need to make sure that the human race can hold on. Lin Fei's words were righteous. This way, our Legend Tower's reputation will spread, but the mutated humans will hate us to the bone. Lin Jiqing was also worried. Then let them hate us all they want. Lin Fei curled his lips. When the time comes, I will inform that Song Fei and continue to negotiate. I believe that they will definitely be willing to protect this area of Sin Paradise. Lin Fei had also thought about this aspect. Elixirs, array formations, and battle armors would be of great use to the continent. It was inevitable that they would attract hatred. Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. If the mutated humans really attacked, he would just buy a powerful array formation and set it up in the entire Sin Paradise. Then, he would see what they could do. When a person was valuable, no one would give up. Lin Fei believed that as long as he continued to be valuable, the upper echelons of Sin Paradise would not give up. This was a loss to them. Lin Fei used the excuse of refining array formations and battle armors. Another half a month passed. Array formations and battle armors were not easy to refine. If Lin Fei took them out in a few moments, it would definitely arouse suspicion. From then on, people would suspect that he had a treasure on him. This was something that Lin Fei did not want to happen. Therefore, this cover was necessary. 300 array formations and 300 battle armors. In any case, it should be able to last for 2 to 3 months. After handing the array formations to Lin Jiqing, Lin Fei immersed himself in refining the array formations. This was because Lin Fei thought of something. The one-year period was almost up. The Heaven's secret treasury was about to open. That demoness would definitely look for him. He did not know how long he would be gone for. Refining in advance was the way of the king. It was because of this thought of Lin Fei that the Mythology Tower had been able to refine pills and battle armors for a long period of time. He did not have to worry about array formations and battle armors. They continuously helped him gain reputation points. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. It had been almost 3 months since he returned from Tenjin Temple. Other than the time that he spent in seclusion, Lin Fei spent the rest of his time refining the battle armors and array formations. In reality, the battle armors and array formations were all purchased by Lin Fei from the system store. During this time, Lin Fei was researching the Heaven's secret treasury. After the battle armors and array formations became popular during the third auction, the upper echelons of Sin Paradise immediately sent people to contact them. There was no helping it. These array formations and battle armors were all good stuff. This was especially true when dealing with foreign races that were all body cultivators. Chi practitioners like them had to have a layer of equipment. Lin Fei took the opportunity to make a request and obtain some information regarding the Heaven's secret treasury. Although it was not very complete, at least he would not be completely clueless about the Heaven's secret treasury. The Tianji secret vault was equivalent to a playground. No one knew who had created it. It had existed since a long, long time ago. There were countless treasures and pills in this Heaven's secret treasury. Those who could barge in would have their strength increase rapidly when they came out. There were even some top-notch experts who obtained treasures that could be used to transcend their tribulations and successfully transcend their tribulations, becoming heavenly immortals. Every time the Heaven's secret treasury appeared, it would be accompanied by a huge battle. The Heaven's secret treasury appeared once every 10,000 years. The previous few times, the commotion was not small, and it was always the humans and demons fighting over it. But this year, there was an unforeseen event, and that was the foreign races. This time, the Heaven's secret treasury was destined to be a bloodbath. The human race would definitely fight for the treasures. The foreign races did not want to be left behind. In their eyes, it was always the human race in the past. This year was their turn. Once the Heaven's secret treasury appeared, one would spend at least 1 to 3 years inside. It was said that it was refined by a supreme immortal emperor, but there were also rumors that it was refined by an ancient powerhouse to kill time. There were all sorts of rumors, but no one could guess it. The Heaven's secret treasury appeared once every 10,000 years. In between, no one knew where it went. In any case, it had never appeared in this world. The Xintian continent was the only major world that appeared. Rumble. On this day, the sun rose. Another day of battle between the human race and the foreign races. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound could be heard. No matter who it was, their hearts were shaken and they lost the will to resist. What a terrifying pressure. Lin Fei could not move at all. A rare look of shock appeared on his face. Ever since he took the godly spirit grass, Lin Fei had accumulated a godly aura. Ordinary pressure was useless against him. But now, he was being suppressed without any ability to resist. In the Xintian continent, no matter how small or big it was, everyone was being suppressed by this invincible pressure. In front of this pressure, everyone was as small as a child. It made them realize that there was always someone better than you out there. After a short moment of panic, everyone understood one thing, especially the big shots. They all looked toward the east. In the far east, where the sun rose, there was a huge pyramid floating in the sky. The sun shone on the pyramid, shining Jingguang. For golden characters were incomparably domineering. The Heaven's secret treasury. The pyramid was the Heaven's secret treasury, and it had descended on the Xintian continent. The heavens are helping me. The Heaven's secret treasury has appeared. There is hope for this old man to advance. In the south, at the bottom of the sea, an old man had a strange look in his eyes as he stared at the huge pyramid in the east. In the north, on a vast desert, An enormous demonic beast flew out from the yellow sand and appeared in the sky. It was thousands of meters long and had transformed into a black-faced man. This is the heaven's secret treasury. I didn't expect another 10,000 years to pass. Last time, I lost the treasure. This time, I won't lose it. In the Shintian continent, every big shot and big shot had their eyes on the heaven's secret treasury. And this time, the treasury had appeared openly. It was even livelier than the last time. Sometimes, the heaven's secret treasury would not show itself on its own. It would quietly appear in a certain place. Only the big shots of the continent knew its exact location. Chapter 576. The pressure from the Tianji's secret treasury lasted for a moment before disappearing without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Lin Fei soon regained his freedom. Amazing, truly amazing. Lin Fei was in awe of the Tianji's secret treasury. If this Tianji's secret treasury is a treasure, then the entire Xintian continent is doomed. Even Lin Fei's own divine aura could not withstand the aura just now. Insignificant, truly insignificant. High-level loose immortals were powerful, but Lin Fei had never taken them seriously. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to kill them sooner or later. But in the face of this Tianji's secret treasury, Lin Fei felt powerless. Too strong, really too strong. Before the Tianji's secret treasury appeared, Lin Fei might not have thought much of it, but after it actually appeared, he knew how terrifying it was. It was too terrifying. Fortunately, the Tianji's secret treasury was not an offensive treasure, but something created by a powerful being. For someone to be able to create a treasury like this, Lin Fei could imagine how powerful this person was. Perhaps this person was already free and unfettered, no longer in this world, truly out of the three realms. At this time, Qi Lian, Heavenly Demon, Shangwan Hong, and the four villains appeared. The commotion from the Tianji's secret treasury was too huge. No matter where they were suppressed. This feeling of palpitation made them restless. That kind of invincible pressure made one realize what despair was, the true emotion of despair. Just now, the Scarlet Refinement Heavenly Demon was suppressed, so he did not know much about the Tianji's secret vault. If he did not mention it, he would have forgotten about it. The Tianji's secret treasury has descended. The first to jump up was Qi Lian, Heavenly Demon. This thing is still here. Lin Fei pointed to the east. Look for yourself. Even though their divine sense did not meet the requirements, as long as they extended their divine sense to the east, a giant pyramid would appear in their minds, emitting a blinding light. Unexpected, truly unexpected, this Tianji's secret treasury is still here. I thought it had disappeared. After being suppressed for 1,000,000 years, Qi Lian, Heavenly Demon, had long forgotten about this thing. Could it be that the Tianji Arcanum already existed 1,000,000 years ago? The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon sighed. Anyway, I don't know when it started, but every time the Tianji treasury opens, a group of people will be selected to go in. It's called treasure hunting. It's a scam inside. There are many treasures, but if you're not careful, you'll be trapped inside and eventually die of old age. However, if you're lucky, the harvest is quite considerable. I didn't expect this thing to still be here after 1,000,000 years. There's such a thing. What Lin Fei knew was all written information. I knew it. This heavenly secret vault has a total of 9 floors. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon recalled, there are treasures in every level. It's extremely dangerous to go up a level. Back then, I went there once and barged into the 4th level. I had no choice but to return. At that time, I was a 3rd tribulation scattered immortal. Lin Fei knew very well that at that time, Qi Lian Sky Fiend would definitely have a battle prowess equivalent to that of a 4th tribulation bodiless immortal. So dangerous. It was indeed dangerous for a 4th tribulation loose immortal to reach the 4th level. This year should be even more dangerous. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon sighed. The human race, the demon race, the alien race, and the restless sea race. This time, the competition will be huge. I wonder how many people will die. In the Xintian continent, the 4 races were indeed competing with each other. Needless to say, the human race had always occupied this continent. The demon race had always lived in a certain area. It was not a big deal for them to not be annihilated by the human race. This proved that they were very powerful. As for the sea race, they were the kings in the boundless ocean. No one knew how powerful they were. Finally, the alien race came with a lot of experts. They suppressed the human race and the demon race. They were the #1 race. This time, when the Heavenly Secret's secret vault opened, the competition between the 4 races would definitely be a bloodbath. "Brat, you must go to the Heavenly Secret's secret vault," Shengguan Hong said. "Even though it will be dangerous this time, it will be an opportunity for you. I once heard a rumor. I don't know if it's true or not, but I'll give you a reference. From a 6th level of the Heavenly Secret's secret vault onwards, there are spirit veins. Your cultivation technique is special. If you can collect a large number of spirit veins, I think your combat power will definitely increase by leaps and bounds." Lin Fei's eyes lit up. There are spirit veins? Refining a 5th grade spirit vein had brought him endless benefits. Lin Fei had always been looking forward to refining a spirit vein. On the Xintian continent, almost all the spirit veins already had owners. Lin Fei couldn't steal them. Even if he did, he might not be able to steal them. Which sect didn't treat spirit veins like treasures? Every spirit vein above the 5th grade had its own spirituality. With Lin Fei's current strength, it would not be easy to suppress them. This was definitely not going to work. Lin Fei had put the matter of spirit veins to the back of his mind. In the end, he heard such a good news. There was a spirit vein in the Heavenly Secret's secret vault. "I've heard of this legend as well," True Immortal Wine said. "In the past, it was said that some experts had stolen spirit veins and their strength increased by leaps and bounds. If you can get your hands on a 9th grade spirit vein, it won't be a problem for you to become a high-level loose immortal." There are 9th grade spirit veins? Lin Fei was shocked. In the end, Invincible True Immortal looked down on Lin Fei's expression. "Don't forget that the Heavenly Secret secret vault was created by a powerful expert. Who knows how many 9th grade spirit veins that we think are powerful can be taken away by them with a wave of their hands." Lin Fei broke out in a cold sweat. How could he have overlooked this? In the mortal world, who could be called a powerful expert? Almost no one dared to do so because they were not qualified. Powerful experts had the power to control the heavens. They could do anything with just a word. To them, destroying the Xintian continent was as easy as lifting a finger. Lin Fei was still in a daze. He had overlooked this powerful expert. Are there no spirit veins in the lower levels? Your goal should be the 6th level. As for the lower levels, you don't have to think about it. True Immortal Wine said. Lin Fei laughed dryly. Hee, I was just asking. He turned to Qi Lian and said, "Brother Qi Lian, you have been to the Heavenly Secret's secret vault. You should be familiar with the routes inside. Why don't you draw me a map of the lower levels?" In the end, True Immortal Wine said again, "Don't even think about it. Every time the Heavenly Secret's secret vault appears, there's a huge change inside. The previous routes are all gone." Damn, there is such a thing. Lin Fei was very depressed. That powerful expert really had nothing better to do. Why did he suddenly want to make changes? It really felt like he was playing a game in the world. The Heavenly Secret's secret vault appeared. The Xintian continent temporarily quieted down. Everyone had their eyes on the Heavenly Secret's secret vault. Many big shots and powerhouses personally flew over, trying to enter in advance. Unfortunately, the area within 1,000,000 miles of the Heavenly Secret's secret vault had become a forbidden zone. Every big shot and powerhouse could rush in, but the more powerful ones were bounced out after a few 100,000 miles. After making a fool of themselves, the big shots all returned. If they couldn't enter, then no one else could either. They were no longer in a hurry. Everyone began to rub their palms, ready to break into the Heavenly Secret's secret vault and fight for the treasures inside. The Xintian continent was surprisingly peaceful for the time being. 1,000,000 miles away from the Heavenly Secret's secret vault quickly became the focal point for scouts for various forces to receive first-hand news and information. They didn't want to be one step behind others. The Heavenly Secret's secret vault hadn't opened yet. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry either. He used his points to buy elixirs, armor, and formations in preparation for what would happen next. On the 15th day of the Heavenly Secret's secret vault's appearance, which was half a month ago, the Heavenly Secret's secret vault in the pyramid shot out many golden balls of air. These balls of air flew to every corner of the Xintian continent. When the balls of air landed on someone, they instantly turned into a token with a number on the back. Everyone knew that whoever had this golden ball of air would be qualified to enter the Heavenly Secret's secret vault. I have the right to enter as well. It's my turn as well. Wonderful. Whenever the balls of air landed on someone, they would immediately receive a wave of admiration and praise from the crowd. Of course, there were also some ruthless people who tried to snatch the balls of air and gain the right to enter the Heavenly secret vault. However, when they tried to snatch it, a Jingguang shot towards them. No matter how strong they were, a single Jingguang would destroy their souls, and they couldn't be more dead. When this happened, everyone was shocked. It turned out that those who obtained the balls of air would also be protected by the Heavenly secret vault. This was something that had never happened before. If there was a first, there would be a second. Some experts didn't believe it, but in the end, they were all killed by the Jingguang that came out of nowhere. As a result, even the most ruthless people didn't dare to make a move. What a joke. That Jingguang was extremely powerful. Previously, there was a loose immortal who tried to snatch the right to enter the Heavenly secret vault because he had an immortal artifact. In the end, the loose immortal artifact was also destroyed by the light beam. Even an immortal artifact could be destroyed. Everyone gave up. It could only be said that this was too fair. No one should think about snatching the right to enter the Heavenly secret vault. For some clans, an unknown disciple status would suddenly rise. There were countless treasures in the Heavenly secret vault. If one could obtain a treasure, it would be of great help to the clan. It's my turn as well. The balls of air landed on Lin Fei's body and instantly turned into a token. There was a 5-digit number on the back. He discovered that there were tens of thousands of people who entered the Heavenly secret vault. There weren't many people from the Mythology Tower who were participating, and this surprised Lin Fei. Could it be that the Mythology Tower was targeting him? The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon, the Four Evils, and the others didn't even have a turn. This left Lin Fei dumbfounded. Looks like high-tier loose immortals are not allowed to enter this time. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon came to a conclusion after knowing the situation. This is good too. At least you won't be suppressed by others. However, those who can participate might have the battle prowess of a high-tier loose immortal. You have to be careful. Although high-tier loose immortals were not allowed to enter, it didn't mean that some people didn't have the battle prowess of a high-tier loose immortal. Right now, the human race, the monster race, the alien race, and the oceanic race were all filled with geniuses. There was no lack of geniuses among them who had the battle prowess of a high-tier loose immortal. Perhaps the competition this time would be even more intense. It won't be that easy for them to kill me. Lin Fei could control the divine flame space. If he really met someone he couldn't defeat, there was nothing for him to worry about. He could just enter the divine flame space, and they could only watch. You do have the advantage with the divine flame space, Shang Wanhong said. However, if you can delve deeper into the divine flame space, I feel that your control over it will reach another level. I always thought that you were too young to truly develop the divine flame space. Lin Fei had the same feeling. He had only grasped the basics of the divine flame space. The divine flame space could be used to hide from others and collect things. Lin Fei felt that the divine flame space could also be used as an offensive treasure. I'll study it tonight. Lin Fei already had a direction in mind. Whether he could study it or not was another matter. After obtaining the qualification to enter the Heaven's secret treasury, Lin Fei went to study the divine flame space that night. Inside the divine flame space, Lin Fei stood in midair and released his divine sense to study every inch of the divine flame space. The divine flame space should be able to attack. Lin Fei had this thought for a long time. He just didn't put it into practice. This time, The Heaven's secret treasury was full of danger. Lin Fei had to be prepared. If the Divine Flame space could be used for both offense and defense, it would definitely be of great help. Attacks should start with the Divine Flame space. Lin Fei thought along this line of thought. His thoughts also began to spread out as he sank into his own thoughts. He didn't know how much time had passed. Suddenly, Lin Fei opened his eyes. He was dazed at first, but then he regained his clarity. Perhaps this should be the case. Wind, speed, fire, divine flame. Speed and divine flame might be the means of attack. Whoosh whoosh, the divine flame space turned into a thumb-sized spark, exploding with super speed, leaving a red dot in the void. It tore through the void and entered the endless void, tearing open a hole in the violent aura. Done. Lin Fei estimated the attack power just now. It was no less than the battle prowess of a 6 tribulation bodiless immortal, or close to that of a 7 tribulation bodiless immortal. More importantly, when it was used with speed, it was truly a lethal weapon that could not be guarded against. Very quickly, Lin Fei returned to the Xintian continent. He appeared within a mountain range, and one howling monstrous beast after another entered Lin Fei's field of vision. Bang! The red dot left no trace as it blasted apart the head of an emperor-level monstrous beast. Even the incomparably tough, monstrous core within it was completely destroyed. Again, Lin Fei changed directions, heading towards the nearest outsider base to test out his attack. Bang, bang, bang. The divine flame space was like a murderous, deadly weapon. One after another, it shot out from the outsider's body. In the blink of an eye, the incomparably tough core of the outsider was instantly blasted apart. Chapter 577. On the war-torn continent. A huge black warship was moving forward majestically like a towering mountain. From time to time, bandits would come out to rob the black warship, but before they could do anything, they were rammed to death by the warship. Even their primordial spirits were shattered. The Xintian continent was in a state of war. The bandits, who had been suppressed for so long, finally had a chance to use their martial arts. At an unimaginable speed, they formed groups of bandits and formed mountain peaks. They ran amok, robbing passers-by and making their blood boil. On the bow of the warship, there were 5 young men and women. Their auras were noble, and just by standing there, it was easy to tell who was superior, making people afraid to approach them. These young men and women all exuded an arrogant aura. On the upper left corner of their chests, there was a golden mark indicating that they were qualified to enter the Tianji secret treasury. Qian, I don't understand. Why do you want to find that Lin Fei? What ability does he have? A red-haired young man said unhappily to a woman in black. I'm happy, the woman in black replied. Qian, we are doing this for your own good. The Tianji secret treasury is open. The 5 of us will form a team. Why we need to invite others? At this time, another young man spoke up, standing on the same line as the red-haired man. The hearts of people in this world are sinister. Can you guarantee that this person is not someone they arranged? The woman in black was Nangong Qian of the demon sect. At this time, a woman in red acted as a middleman. You guys don't need to argue. Qian is looking for that Lin Fei, so she must have her own plans. Anyway, we haven't seen him yet, so we can't say anything. Why don't we wait until we get there and observe Lin Fei? Lin Fei must join our team. Nangong Qian said, he is of great use. The 2 men took a step back. Let's talk when we get there. If this Lin Fei is qualified, we won't refuse. The conversation ended on a sour note. Brother Hui, I don't understand. What is Qian trying to do? Why must she let an unknown person join the team? In a room on the warship, the red-haired man was very unhappy and stood in front of the window. The one called Brother Hui was a fair-skinned man with a knife-like face and an insolent aura. Zhuge Hui said, I think we got to know each other when we work together to steal treasures. However, I really don't like this Lin Fei. It's best if he doesn't have the right to enter the Tianji secret vault. That way, everyone can rest easy. Why didn't I think of that? Another man, Su Shan, said, even if Lin Fei really qualifies, I will personally challenge him to a duel and embarrass him. Qian will naturally not let him join the team. How can we, the demon sect, allow an outsider to join? Brother Hui, you're the publicly acknowledged #1 genius in our devil sect, and Nangong Qian is the sect master's beloved daughter. You can use this opportunity to kill all the competitors who are pursuing Qian. The other man, Li Chengfeng, who had not said a word, said sinisterly, "Competitors?" Zhuge Hui looked out of the window. "I have never regarded them as anything. This time, when the Tianji secret vault opens, I will let them see how powerful the #1 genius of the devil sect is. This time, I will charge into the heaven immortal realm in one go." After the qualification to enter the Tianji secret vault was issued, it was still unknown when it would open. Everyone, especially those who had obtained the qualification, began to rub their palms and prepare all sorts of treasures to prevent themselves from suffering a loss. Sin Paradise was a famous black market in the continent. All sorts of warships would land on the square from time to time. The mythological towers, pills, and armors became famous in a short period of time. Many people came to bid for them, buying insurance for themselves. That Lin Fei is in this Sin Paradise? On this day, a warship landed on the square of Sin Paradise. Nangong Qian came down from the warship. This guy really knows how to choose a place. As a power of the continent, the Devil Sect's intelligence agency was well connected. It would be troublesome to find an unknown person, but it was very easy to find a famous person. The mythological tower. Nangong Qian appeared in front of the mythological tower. Wasn't this Ji Treasure Tower in the past? Yushan was surprised. Why did it change its name? Ji Treasure Tower has long been removed from the list. Nangong Qian said, "Lin Fei is the tower master of this mythological tower. Ji Treasure Tower's immortal equipment has also been seized by him." Why does this name sound so familiar? Li Chengfeng was puzzled. Zhuge Hui said, "This mythological tower didn't attract much attention in the beginning. Later on, the 3 pills that were auctioned became very famous. They are pills for rapid recovery. Ordinary pills can recover 30% to 40%, and his pills can recover 70%. Then there are the formations and armors. The 5 of them were all geniuses of the Devil Sect. They all knew about the Devil Sect's intelligence agency. Anything that was of value in the continent would be included in the intelligence agency. Although the mythological tower wasn't famous, it had an extremely high reputation in this region. The intelligence agency of the Devil Sect, a major power, also had their eyes on this mythological tower. Each of them had their own background. When they saw the mythological tower, they immediately felt that it was familiar. "Sorry, the mythological tower is holding an auction today. It will reopen in 2 hours. The 4 guards at the door stopped them. "You guys are quite daring. You dare stop us?" Li Chengfeng laughed sinisterly. "Scram before I get angry. Isn't it just an auction? Who dares to stop us?" Li Chengfeng, if you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute. Nangong Qian scolded. "This auction is held once every half a month. Every auction has a transaction volume of hundreds of billions of Zhen Yuan crystals. Every auction spot is worth billions of Zhen Yuan crystals. You are quite arrogant." No matter who it was, they obviously didn't care about a small auction. But after hearing this, their expressions couldn't help but change greatly. In the entire Xinjiang continent, there weren't many auctions that could have such a transaction volume of hundreds of billions of Zhen Yuan crystals. Nangong Qian continued, "Do you see those people? They are all leaders of various powers. Aren't they still stopped at the door? Can your status be higher than theirs?" Li Chengfeng's face turned red. Zhuge naturally had to speak up for himself. "Qian, don't say any more. Chengfeng doesn't know either. Who would know that this auction has such a great background?" Nangong Qian snorted. "I am telling him the truth. Right now, the continent is not peaceful. If you can avoid trouble, don't cause trouble. This is not the time for you to do evil." After speaking, Nangong Qian took out an item. "I am a friend of your tower lord. You can give this item to him." The 4 guards were about to inform their superiors. but they didn't expect that this elegant woman would be able to shut the other man up with just a few words. She also knew the situation of the mythological tower so well. They immediately knew that the 5 people outside all had a great background. Their aura was something that ordinary people couldn't imitate. Perhaps they really did know the Tower Lord. "Miss, please wait a moment." A guard immediately took the token and entered the mythological tower. "Nangong Qianqian is here." Lin Fei was accompanying Lin Jiqing and Jin Feng. He didn't have much time left. Lin Fei didn't know when the Tianji secret vault would open, but it shouldn't be too long. He didn't even know when he would come out. Moreover, Jin Feng was pregnant and had a child. He had to spend time with her. Perhaps, after coming out of the Tianji secret vault, he would become a father. After seeing the token, Lin Fei recognized it. "Husband, you don't have to accompany us if you have something to do." After Jin Feng got pregnant, her temperament became much gentler. It seemed that she was afraid of affecting the child in her belly. Lin Fei sighed. This is really not the right time. If it was someone else, Lin Fei would definitely ignore them. However, Nangong Qianqian was a demonic sect princess. He had no choice but to go. Who knew what this demonic sect princess would do if she went crazy? Therefore, some things couldn't be looked at normally. Nangong Qianqian was one of them. Nangong Qianqian was one of them. Not to mention that she had extorted him the last time, forcibly taking a battleship from him. "Xiaoqing, you accompany Xiao Feng first. I will be back soon." Lin Fei left the space and appeared at the door. Lin Fei had refined the 8 Desolation 6 Directional Cauldron. He had long mastered the internal teleportation ability. He could go wherever he wanted. "I didn't expect you to come." Nangong Qianqian's tone was not good. "You are quite arrogant. It has always been others waiting for me. This time, I have waited for you." "You are Lin Fei." Several unfriendly gazes shot over as if they wanted to shoot Lin Fei to death. "I have something to do," Lin Fei said seriously. "When I heard that you were here, I came immediately. I asked you a question." Li Qingfeng had a stomach full of resentment. Naturally, the words just now came out of his mouth. "Damn, your subordinates are so bold." The master didn't speak, but the subordinate spoke first. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. "You should discipline them. If they were my subordinates, I would slap them until they are obedient. If they are not obedient, I will continue to slap them until they are obedient." Nangong Qianqian laughed. "You are mistaken. They are not my subordinates. They are my teammates." Lin Fei was stunned. "Ah, I really don't know. Who are you? I didn't mean it just now. Who told you to look like a servant?" Li Qingfeng felt like killing someone. He had never been slapped in the face like this. He dared to say that this Lin Fei must know that he was not a servant. This was intentional. He was deliberately slapping his face. "Why don't you bring us in and take a look?" At this time, Nangong Qianqian spoke, not giving Li Qingfeng a chance to speak. Lin Fei suddenly understood. "Now that you mention it, I just remembered. Everyone, please come in." "Too much, too much." Li Qingfeng's face was gloomy. "The guy is clearly not giving me face. In the demon sect, who dares not to give me face?" Su Shan also said, "It is indeed too much. Moreover, this person is not ordinary. He is a good opponent." "Qingfeng, I know you are very angry now. You should bear with it first. Don't make a move." Zhu Gahui seemed to have thought of something and said, "I just thought of something. Previously, I learned from the intelligence agency that our demon sect is interested in researching the elixirs of the Myth Tower. It seems that the progress is not very big. If we can't find anything useful from the elixirs, our demon sect might cooperate with the Myth Tower. We cannot touch this matter. If the higher-ups get angry, we will all be in trouble." Su Shan and Li Qingfeng's expressions changed. Chapter 578. "All right, I'll bear with it." Li Qingfeng also knew that if he messed up this matter, the Devil Sect's intelligence agency would be able to find out easily. He really couldn't touch this matter, so he had to bear with it. "Let's go in and see how popular the mythological tower's medicinal pills are," Zhu Gahui said. "We can also understand it, and perhaps provide some suggestions for the clan." Li Qingfeng and Yu Shan immediately understood. Using force was just a display of brute strength. Sometimes, using one's brain was also good. When Lin Fei saw that the three men behind him didn't catch up, he was naturally happy. He thought that they wouldn't come in, but after a while, they caught up. He didn't know what they were discussing. "You're not bringing me to the auction house to take a look?" Nangong Qianqian said. "Your mythological tower is about to become famous in the continent. Everyone is saying that you have an ancient recipe, which is why you can refine such a high-grade medicinal pill. You can't possibly not bring us to take a look, right?" Lin Fei was delighted. The Devil Sect had also received the news, so they should also know about the medicinal pill battle armor. Otherwise, Nangong Qianqian wouldn't have said such a thing. This was good news. "How can you believe rumors? I was just lucky and gained some insights from my research." Lin Fei still wanted to explain. Of course, it was up to them whether they listened or not. In any case, he had already explained it. "I can bring you to the auction house, but you can't bid." The auction was held once every 15 days, and every time, there would be 40 powers participating. This quota had always been fixed, and every auction had a limited number of participants. This rule was set by Lin Fei himself, so he naturally wouldn't violate it. Thus, he had made it clear to them in advance. Li Qingfeng directly sneered to express his dissatisfaction. As for bidding, he didn't want to become a passerby again. Everyone understands this. Since Nangong Qianqian had brought it up, Lin Fei wouldn't refuse. If it was someone else, they might really have refused. When Lin Fei brought them to an empty box, they could see the auction situation. Right now, there were still some decent items being auctioned. As for the finale, medicinal pills and the like, they hadn't been auctioned yet. The final auction will take place in a while. Everyone, please wait for a while. Lin Fei didn't pay much attention to the auction house. After all, things had gone on the right track. After dealing with some troublemakers, no one else dared to come out. After news of the effects of the pill spread, it could be said that everyone applauded it. In addition, the continent was not peaceful, and the supply of pills and other items could not meet the demand. The competition for the slots in every auction was extremely intense. Not a single force was willing to miss a single opportunity. After all, if they missed this opportunity, it was unknown whether they would have a turn in the next auction. Very soon, the warm-up exercise auction was over. When the auction for the finale item began, everyone started to get excited. After all, this was the crux of the auction. Everyone came here for this, and they even had to add a sentence at the end, which meant that they had paid a lot of money. Now that the elixir was being auctioned, there was no need to experiment anymore. Everyone knew the effects of the elixir. The initial 3 batches of blood-replenishing pills had increased to 10 batches of 100 pills. The other 2 types of pills had also been increased to 10 batches. 3 batches was too little. There were only 40 people who could participate in the auction, so 3 batches was too little. If it was peaceful times, Lin Fei wouldn't have increased the number. But now, things were different. Lin Fei had increased the number of pills from 3 batches to 10. This way, out of the 40 people who could participate in the auction, 30 would be able to benefit. As for whether this was the case or not, that was another matter. When the auction for the finale item began, the price started to rise like a rocket. The competition was extremely intense. When the people in the private rooms saw the rising price, they were very surprised. Although they had participated in all sorts of auctions, especially some large-scale ones, it was very rare for them to see such crazy bidding. Now, they realized why the demon sect had their eyes on the mythical tower. With this kind of auction speed, the accumulated true essence crystals would be a terrifying number. This was twice a month. This kind of huge profit made even them jealous. Although they had extraordinary backgrounds, there was a limit to how much money they had. Even if they could earn money, they couldn't spend it like this. For example, Li Qingfeng had spent more than 10 billion true essence crystals at one time. He had spent more than half of his wealth. The auction before them had tens of billions of true essence crystals at every turn. They were really spending money like water. However, it didn't stop at all. Li Qingfeng had heard several voices coming from the same private room several times. This was clearly a competition on the tip of the tongue. It wasn't just about being strong. What was important was a huge sum of money. When the auction for the 3 types of pills ended, the real and fake ones, and the formation were auctioned off at new price. From start to end, they were all shocked. This mythical tower truly lived up to its reputation. An income of 1 trillion true essence crystals per month was enough to support a rank 1 sect for several years. The mythical tower was like a cornucopia. If they didn't have any misgivings, they wouldn't mind getting their hands on it. At that time, they would be able to cultivate whatever they wanted. Unfortunately, they could only fantasize about this. Were they really going to do it? They would probably be the ones dying. Their original confidence had been dealt a heavy blow by this auction. At this moment, their arrogance and temperament seemed to be useless. The mythical tower was rich and overbearing. Even a hidden expert would find it hard to resist the temptation of true essence crystals. After the auction ended, Lin Fei brought them to the reception room and had someone serve them tea. From Nangong Qianqian, he learned that these were the sons of the demon sect's bigwigs. All of them had strong backgrounds. Even though Lin Fei didn't care about the demon sect, the reputation of the demon sect was there. He didn't want to offend or be on good terms with them. This was his attitude. After chatting for a while, Nangong Qianqian said to Lin Fei, "Can we go somewhere else? I have something to talk to you about." Lin Fei was slightly stunned. "Can't we do it here?" "No." Nangong Qianqian's tone was very firm. Zhuge Hui and the others naturally wouldn't say anything to stop her. They couldn't understand what the two of them had to say. "All right, let's go somewhere else, then." Lin Fei brought Nangong Qianqian to another reception room. There were several such reception rooms just for this kind of situation. "What's the matter? Say it." Nangong Qianqian waved her hand and laid down a formation. "I want to invite you to the demon sect." "Ah, invite me to the demon sect?" Lin Fei was shocked. These words came too suddenly. Nangong Qianqian solemnly said, "My father wants to see you to discuss the matter regarding the pills." This time, Nangong Qianqian had to come. There was also a designated mission, which was why she rejected Zhuge Hui and the others. Even though Lin Fei knew that his pills were quite famous, he didn't expect that he would receive the favor of the demon sect so quickly. He was very surprised. "I like discussing pills, but why must we go to the demon sect? Can't we do it here?" Nangong Qianqian shook her head. "No, it's not safe here. This is the inside of an immortal tool. How can it not be safe?" Lin Fei was puzzled. Didn't they say that the demon sect is tyrannical? When did they worry about safety? For now, our demon sect doesn't want others to know that we are cooperating. Nangong Qianqian was very serious. "You must go to the demon sect." Lin Fei rolled his eyes. "If I go to the demon sect, people will still find out?" Lin Fei was unhappy. "That won't happen. I brought a teleportation formation that can teleport people. No one will notice." As Nangong Qianqian said this, she suddenly added, "Are you going or not? Don't make me angry. Let me tell you, this is your chance. If you don't go, you will regret it." Lin Fei smiled. "I thought that you wouldn't be angry, so you were just pretending. This is your true nature." He was shocked. In order to meet him, the demon sect had even set up a teleportation formation that could be carried around. It seemed to have been lost a long time ago. Was it worth mobilizing so many people for a mere pill? Lin Fei didn't understand and felt that there was something wrong with this. "Are you going or not? Just say the word." Nangong Qianqian said fiercely. After all, that was her personality. "Did you expect a demon girl to talk to you nicely? Dream on. It's not that I can't go." Nangong Qianqian's eyes widened. "Are you trying to negotiate with me? If I get angry, I will smash you with one punch." Lin Fei wasn't afraid of threats. He puffed out his chest. Come, hit my chest. Don't say that you are strong, but in reality, you don't dare to attack." "Bastard." Then, Lin Fei watched as the demoness punched out and her entire body exploded. Her flesh was a bloody mess, and the entire conference room was filled with the smell of blood. "Damn, you really dare to attack me." When Lin Fei recovered, he was furious. This bitch really dared to attack him. Nangong Qianqian was delighted. "You are the one who said it. I did as you said, but now you are blaming me." Lin Fei vomited blood. This demon girl was really sinister. "Aren't you worried that you would kill me with one punch? If you die so easily, you would have died many times. Would it be my turn to attack? Nangong Qianqian snorted. I'll say it again. Are you going or not? I don't have the mood to waste time with you. Lin Fei wasn't that forceful. It's fine if you want me. I just want to know why you said it wasn't safe. I just want to know the result. This question is simple enough, right? Nangong Qianqian was a bit surprised. You're smarter than I thought. You know how to ask me such a question. You know that I will definitely tell you? Lin Fei didn't care. You cannot say it. That is your right. I can also not go. That is my right. Don't you think so? You are amazing. Nangong Qianqian glared at him. Our Demon Gate recently discovered a secret related to our safety. We found several high-level spies from within, and they were all shapeshifters of the alien race. It was difficult to tell them apart. If it wasn't for a coincidence, we wouldn't have been able to discover them. Damn, the shapeshifters have invaded your demon sect. Lin Fei was quite surprised. You also know about the shapeshifters? Lin Fei nodded. The shapeshifting race isn't very strong, but they have a shape-shifting mystique that is very impressive. Almost everyone falls for it. If they slip into the crowd, they can easily escape even with divine sense locked onto them. After returning from the Tenjin Temple, Lin Fei learned about the shapeshifters from Lin Jiqing. Although there wasn't much information, he had seen them before. Lin Fei believed that his mortal rebirth technique was powerful. However, the shapeshifters were even more powerful. They could imitate them so lifelike that it was hard to tell them apart. If the shapeshifters weren't so powerful, Lin Fei might not have remembered them. After seeing them once, he would treat them as a potential enemy. Moreover, they were enemies that were hard to deal with. So you also know about the shapeshifters. Nangong Qianqian said. They're the secret trump card of the mutated race. One of our elders was killed by the mutated race. Then, the shapeshifters impersonated the mutated race. Our demon sect recorded the life of the soul race and can imitate them perfectly. So awesome. Lin Fei really didn't know about this. Our demon sect has been invaded. Your Zhang Shenhua building is the same. Nangong Qianqian said. You can go to the demon sect now, right? Lin Fei frowned. Look at me. I also need to think of a way. These shapeshifters are really hard to deal with. I can go to the demon sect, but not now. I will go at night. It was not a problem for Nangong Qianqian to go now or at night. It was fine as long as Lin Fei agreed to go. You want to go to the demon sect? After making arrangements for Nangong Qianqian and the rest, Lin Fei found Shangguan Hong and the red, refining heavenly demon. As for the four great evildoers, they were not very interested in these things, unless they brought out some good ingredients. Otherwise, you know what I mean? After inviting them over, Lin Fei told them about the matter. After all, this was not a small matter. The demon sect could be considered a big power in the human race. It had stood strong for 10,000 years and had even united its power. It made people not dare to look down on them. The other party brought the teleportation formation. It is obvious that they are preparing to buy pills. Lin Fei said his guess. After all, this is the only reason why I am worth them meeting me. Lin Fei didn't feel that he was famous. What about the name of the Zhang Shenhua building? This seemed to be bigger than him. The most important thing was still the pills. You must go. Shangguan Hong supported. The current demon sect is no longer the demon sect of the past. It is fragmented. If it was in the past, I wouldn't agree to you going. They don't have the qualifications. Lin Fei nodded. I think so too. The demon sect is the first to talk about cooperation with me. Based on the current situation, there is no problem in cooperating with the demon sect. Pills? Lin Fei wasn't worried. Since the demon sect was unable to analyze the ingredients of the pills, Lin Fei naturally didn't have to worry. As for capturing him, if it was someone else, it might be possible. However, even if he went, it would be a clone. It wouldn't hurt to lose a clone, but to go at his main body? That would be stupid. Qi Lian, heavenly demon, frowned. This demon sect took the initiative to invite you over. I feel that something is wrong. Maybe I'm overthinking it. If we really want to cooperate, then we have to make use of their resources. Chapter 579. That night, within a space within the 8 Desolation 6 Direction Cauldron. As the controller of the 8 Desolation 6 Direction Cauldron, Lin Fei could control a place and turn it into a forbidden area. Within the 8 Desolation 6 Direction Cauldron, Lin Fei created a forbidden area and outsiders could not come to this place. Don't worry, this place is very safe. There won't be a problem in setting up a teleportation formation. The place that Lin Fei arranged was used to set up the teleportation formation. I didn't expect you to be so afraid of death. Arrange for a clone to go over. After setting up the formation, Nangong Qianqian raised her head and mocked. Coward, we can set off now. Lin Fei was shocked. How did this girl know that I arranged for a clone? It doesn't make sense. How did she know? Outsiders couldn't sense it. Weird, this is really weird. Although this trip to the demon sect was a collaboration and wouldn't take a long time, for safety, Lin Fei arranged for a clone to go over. The demon sect was the main camp of the demon sect. If he went with his main body, he might not be able to return. This danger was not worth taking. However, in just a short while, Nangong Qianqian was able to see through the identity of the clone. He was very confident in his clone. No one will be able to tell if it was real or fake. But why did it lose its effect in front of this girl? You don't have to think so much. I have a divine ability called Eyes of Truth. It can see through everything. Although your clone looks real, it can't hide in front of the Eyes of Truth. Nangong Qianqian's words solved Lin Fei's doubts. There's such a divine ability? As expected, the demon sect princess is amazing. It seems that I have to be careful in the future. Who knows? Other people might have divine abilities too. Lin Fei laughed dryly. He was really embarrassed to be exposed. He laughed, safety first. Nangong Qianqian rolled her eyes and walked onto the teleportation formation. Hurry up and come up. Lin Fei got onto the teleportation formation. A white light flashed and the two of them disappeared. At the same time, in a dark secret room, a white light flashed. Lin Fei and Nangong Qianqian appeared at the same time. The demon sect likes this kind of environment. When Lin Fei came down, he didn't like the surrounding environment. It seemed gloomy and very uncomfortable. I feel pretty good. Nangong Qianqian didn't think much of it. Don't you think that this is in line with the atmosphere of our demon sect? This is the inner part of the demon sect, and an array has been activated. Don't wander around and follow behind me. Lin Fei curled his lips. Only a fool would wander around. Coming out of the secret room, Lin Fei discovered that there was a quiet corridor outside. There were many stone doors leading to it, making him wonder if there was a transmission array inside. There's no need to look. It's all teleportation formations inside. Nangong Qianqian's words were equivalent to giving Lin Fei an explanation. Lin Fei secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. The demon gate was indeed rich and overbearing. They could build so many teleportation arrays in one go and even make portable teleportation arrays. Nangong Qianqian led Lin Fei through many twists and turns before finally arriving at a dark hall. At this time, the main hall was quiet, and it seemed very gloomy. Father, I've brought Lin Fei. Nangong Qianqian seemed to be used to this atmosphere. Daughter, you've done well in this matter. An illusory figure wearing a black cloak appeared on the throne in the originally empty hall. Demonic flames surged into the sky, looking insufferably arrogant. Lin Fei's heart trembled. The killing intent that he restrained seemed like it was about to soar into the sky, uncontrollable. He immediately condensed the immovable bright king deity, suppressing the restless killing intent, his mind maintaining a clear and bright state. With a phantom drawing out the killing intent in his body, Lin Fei started to fear the other party. Not bad, not bad. You have some ability to actually suppress your killing intent. Nangong Qianqian said proudly. Did you see that? I'm not lying. This Lin Fei is really qualified to become a member of our demon sect. He is indeed qualified to become a member of our demon sect. The phantom wearing the black cloak spoke. Young man, your killing intent is so heavy. Why do you have to suppress it? Why don't you release it and pursue the mighty killing god, becoming his envoy? It's better than being a nobody. Lin Fei kept his mind clear. He knew that this voice contained a devilish tone that was trying to tempt him. His spirit force fluctuated, trying to stop the other party's devilish tone. Devil Sovereign, there's no need to tempt me. Lin Fei's tone was firm. Let's announce it and talk about proper business. What a stubborn fool. Nangong Qianqian was very unhappy. What's so bad about becoming a disciple of the demon sect? I'm willing, Lin Fei retorted. Lin Fei, your alchemical pills are not bad. The Devil's Sovereign spoke. Lin Fei boasted, that's only natural. If not, Devil Sovereign, you wouldn't have asked me to come to the demon sect. The alchemical pills sold by the Mythology Tower are definitely top-notch. As long as you can afford it, I can make the decision to sell some to you privately. Shameless. Nangong Qianqian didn't like Lin Fei's actions of boasting. Her father was the Devil's Sovereign of the demon sect. No matter which young elite it was, they would have to be respectful when facing her father, not daring to even breathe loudly. This Lin Fei could be considered an exception. He was actually promoting alchemical pills in front of her father. There's no need for alchemical pills. What's the price of the pill formula? You can name it. The Devil's Sovereign spoke in a tyrannical manner. Lin Fei knew that things would turn out like this. I'm afraid I'm helpless about this. Lin Fei shook his head. The pill formula isn't on me, and the alchemical pills were given to me by someone else. I'm merely a representative. Your divine sense and heartbeat are both very stable. It seems that you are speaking the truth. The Devil's Sovereign calmly spoke. It's very difficult for ordinary people to have such an ancient pill formula. Even if they do, they might not be able to concoct it. It must be because some pill god has taken a fancy to you. You're truly a lucky fellow. How did you know? Lin Fei turned pale with fright, realizing that he had spoken wrongly. There's no need to hide it. The Devil's Sovereign said. Others might not be able to see anything, but in our eyes, only those at the level of pill god can concoct ancient pill formulas. Lin Fei did not dare to let his guard down. He braced himself and said, That's right. My master is a pill god. My talent is not good, so I can only act as an agent. If you want to see my master, I can't do anything about it. He appears and disappears unpredictably. The Devil's Sovereign was obviously very disappointed, but he quickly recovered. 3 types of pills, we want 5,000 of them. Battle armor, array, we want 3,000 sets of each. As for the price, you name it yourself. What a huge sum. Lin Fei secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. The demon sect was indeed rich and overbearing. At least they were much more powerful than the higher-ups of the evil sect. Don't say that you don't have it. Those are all nonsense. You can only agree, you can't refuse, or else. The Devil's Sovereign's tone became much heavier. Father, don't threaten me. This guy is a clone. It's useless even if you threaten me 100 times. Nangong Qianqian immediately exposed Lin Fei's background. This girl was really despicable. Lin Fei still wanted to provoke this Devil's Sovereign. He wanted to beat himself up so that he could stop. Daughter, you are still the best. The Devil's Sovereign chuckled. Don't think that this Devil's Sovereign can only beat you up. I can also suppress you. After losing a clone like you, perhaps you won't be able to use your next clone. Suddenly, a tyrannical force descended from the sky and firmly held on to Lin Fei, causing him to be unable to move. Then, he revealed a rare look of surprise. Young man, I didn't expect you to cultivate a special clone technique. The combat power of a clone can actually reach the level of 20 peak Imperial Realm Masters. You are indeed quite capable. Lin Fei didn't expect this Devil Sovereign to make a move just like that. He suppressed him until he couldn't move. Then, this force disappeared, and he regained his ability to move. Nangong Qianqian was happy to see Lin Fei make a fool of himself. Now I understand that there isn't much difference between your clone and your main body. These words really hit Lin Fei's soft spot. Lin Fei used the clone technique and created a clone. If he wanted to create a clone, the clone had to die before he could use the clone technique. In the end, it was just like what the Devil Sovereign said. A clone couldn't commit suicide and was suppressed. It was definitely troublesome. This meant that Lin Fei had lost a trump card. As expected of the Devil Sovereign, it seems that my little trick can only be used to embarrass myself. This Devil Sovereign was too strong. More importantly, it was just a projection clone. The condensation of power wasn't strong. It was easy for him to suppress this clone. Just like what my daughter said, the doppelganger is nothing. This demon lord has 100 ways to make your doppelganger suffer. The demon lord said, "You will find that cooperating with our demon gate will never be a loss." Lin Fei knew that the other party was determined to eat him. However, he definitely couldn't agree to it directly. It was necessary to bargain. The demon sect is rich and overbearing. I'm not worried about this. However, the number of pills is too large. I can't make the decision. Lin Fei said to the Devil Sovereign, "I can make the decision for pills below 500. More than that, you must send a message to my master. You also know that I'm just an agent." The Devil Sovereign thought that he had the other party in his grasp. In the end, he neglected one thing. Such a large deal indeed required the consent of the mysterious pill god. This can be done slowly. What do you want? We will prepare it for you first. The Devil Sovereign was indeed the Devil Sovereign. He was not in a hurry at all. If an ordinary person were to hear such words, they would definitely urge them to negotiate the quantity first before coming back to discuss this matter. Anything is fine, Lin Fei probed. There's no need to probe. The resources of the demon sect are not as simple as you think. As long as you don't ask for too much, I will agree. The Devil Sovereign revealed absolute confidence. Lin Fei saw that the Devil Sovereign was so straightforward. He disliked procrastination the most. I want the blueprint of the teleportation array. I want both long and short distance ones. There are also ready-made teleportation arrays. Give me 30 of them first. This is my first request. Teleportation arrays were something that only first-grade sects had, especially this kind of long-distance one. It was a secret of the sect. Lin Fei had always been thinking about the teleportation array. Unfortunately, he didn't have the blueprint. He wasn't worried about the resources. He just lacked the blueprint to build it. After leaving the Tenjin Temple, Lin Fei became more and more aware of the importance of the teleportation array. The second-grade sect Tenjin Temple did not have a teleportation array. If there was a teleportation array to Sin Paradise, at least the elders could come out and not be completely wiped out. The teleportation array was a must. Lin Fei's mythology tower lacked a teleportation array. If it wasn't for the Qi Lian Heavenly Demon's reminder, he might have forgotten about this important matter. Why don't you just die? Nangong Qianqian's eyes were filled with killing intent as she shot towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei was really shocked. You don't have to curse me like that. My request is not excessive at all. Nangong Qianqian had never seen such a shameless person. Can't you be more shameless? Who doesn't know that the teleportation formation is a secret technique of the various sects? Now that you're asking for 30 of them, you're asking for too much. Do you really think everyone is a fool? Lin Fei said seriously. Didn't you say that the demon sect is rich and can get whatever they want? I don't think I'm asking for too much. Chapter 580. Lin Fei had the intention of opening his mouth wide and raising the price. He was ready to have a big battle with the Demon Lord. He thought it would take a long time. The result was really unexpected. The Demon Lord was more bold than he thought. We can give you the teleportation array blueprint. We can also give you 10 ready-made teleportation arrays. What else do you want? Just say it yourself. It had to be said that the Demon Master was very impressive. He did not haggle with Lin Fei and made the decision immediately. He was very straightforward. Lin Fei was obviously stunned. The Demon Lord's estimation was beyond his expectations. You really agreed? Not joking? Teleportation array blueprint. Ready-made teleportation arrays. The price was not cheap. It was also a secret. The Demon Lord agreed, just like that. Lin Fei, of course, had to ask again in case he was fooled. When I say it, my words carry enormous weight. Lin Fei was relieved. As for asking again, that was impossible. He laughed and said, the Demon Lord is really straightforward. Then the true essence crystals. The big head was on the teleportation array. As for the true essence crystals below, it was really nothing. However, to be able to get a sum from the Demon Gate, that was endless benefits. Lin Fei, of course, was not polite. In addition to the true essence crystals, he also asked for some spirit grass. Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. In the end, this deal was agreed upon verbally. Demon Lord, we have agreed on the price. As for the number, I need to report it to Master. Whether Master agrees or not, I'm not sure. However, once there is news, I will arrange for someone to inform you. There is no need to be so troublesome. When the time comes, you just need to arrange for someone to draw a small mark at the entrance. We will naturally have someone come to the door. A mark appeared in the void. It was very simple and easy to remember. He liked it this way. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't say anything. If he really calculated it, the one who benefited from this deal was himself. After all, the medicinal pills were not worth much. Then that's it. He took the teleportation array back from the demon gate. Lin Fei was still very sad. He didn't expect that he would cooperate with the demon gate on this trip. Your father is quite domineering. Back in the 8 Desolation 6 Direction Cauldron, Lin Fei said casually, but what he got in return was a sneer. Overbearing? You're lucky. If my father was really angry, if the doppelganger would be doomed. Lin Fei shuddered. This demon lord was indeed terrifying. It was best not to provoke this kind of person. After bidding farewell to Nangong Chanqian, Lin Fei went to another space. In fact, Shangwan Hong and the Red Refining Heavenly Demon were there. The cooperation between Myth Tower and the evil sect was a good thing, and it was also a good start. It proved that the medicinal pills had a good eye for entering the ranks of high-class factions. Cooperation would also develop quickly. Unless they could decipher the pill, they would definitely cooperate. This was something that was inevitable. I've always heard that the evil cult is filthy rich and has accumulated a lot of wealth, but I didn't expect that they would just give out something as expensive as a relocation formation. Shangwan Hong sighed. It's a little unbelievable. The evil sect has always been like this. 10 ready-made relocation formations is a great thing for our myth tower. We can definitely open up a branch. Red Refining Heavenly Demon said. However, such a pill transaction. Will there be any difficulties on your side? It'll be fine, Lin Fei said. I don't dare to deceive a behemoth like the evil sect. I believe that we can become allies sooner or later. After a simple conversation, Lin Fei returned to his place of residence, a beautifully decorated space. Of course, the decorations inside were not done by Lin Fei, but by the 2 women. When Lin Fei came in, Lin Jiqing was still awake. Jean Feng went to rest. After all, she was pregnant. Rest was the most important thing. Husband, you're finally back. I was worried to death. Lin Jiqing was still worried about going to the evil sect. After all, although the evil sect had formed a force, their situation on the continent was not too good. It would be a lie if Lin Jiqing was not worried about going to the evil sect, even if it was a doppelganger. What's there to worry about? Lin Fei sat down. It's just a doppelganger. It's fine if I lose it. However, this demon lord is very scary. I suspect that his battle prowess has reached the Heaven Immortal level. Ah, Heaven Immortal battle prowess. How is this possible? Lin Fei was very sure. Nothing is impossible. The demon lord that I saw was a doppelganger. I don't know where the main body is. However, that doppelganger is very powerful. It has the battle prowess of a 9 tribulation scattered immortal. A doppelganger of the demon lord could reach this level. The main body would at least have the battle prowess of a heaven immortal. The demon lord of the evil sect has always been a very mysterious existence. It seems like the rumors outside are true. This demon lord has monstrous strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to unite the divided evil sect and form a huge force. I'm almost done with the discussion about the cooperation. Lin Fei told her the specific amount. This transaction will at least go to the Tianji Secret Vault. After a month, you can cooperate with the evil sect. Lin Fei really didn't care about a few thousand elixirs. Won't this be too good? Lin Jiqing clearly had a certain level of fear towards this demon lord. It's fine. Just do this. It's best if they urge you a few more times. Lin Fei smiled. Just push them a few times. When the time comes, I'll give you the elixirs and armor. You can cut off some of them. Anyway, the evil sect is rich and overbearing. They won't care about this. Lin Jiqing burst out laughing. You're too evil. You even dare to cheat the evil sect. Lin Fei chuckled. In the following days, Nangong Chantian and the rest stayed in the mythological tower. They didn't usually go out. The three of them seemed to have chosen to cultivate in seclusion. Nangong Chantian would come out often. However, it was mostly to urge them to get the elixirs. On this day, the sky was filled with Jingguang. No matter what they were doing, they all stopped. The Tinji secret vault is about to open. Within the golden light, there was a supreme will. 3 days later, the Tinji secret vault opened. People from all over the world started to move. They used the fastest speed to head east to participate in the Tinji secret vault. Outside the pyramid-like Tinji secret vault, the Jingguang shone brilliantly. Within 1,000,000 miles, there was a lockdown. But at this time, there were already people gathered here. The door is open. So many golden doors. The 1,000,000 miles immediately became a lockdown the moment the Tinji secret vault appeared. No one dared to barge in. The pressure of heaven and earth inside was too strong. Hence, it was called the Forbidden Zone. Within the 1,000,000 miles of the Forbidden Zone, there was a tall oval door. There were no less than 10,000 of them. They were densely packed, and it was a shocking sight. As more and more people gathered, within 1,000,000 miles, young elites appeared one after another. They were all here for the treasures inside. Those hidden geniuses also appeared one after another. Outside the Forbidden Zone, there were geniuses gathered. Big forces that were rarely seen appeared one after another. Huge battleships emitted power as they hovered in the void. There were countless of them. Each battleship represented a force. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the Forbidden Zone, there were at least 100,000 elites gathered. They were all here to enter the Tinji secret vault. There's so many people. There must be at least 100,000. When he saw so many qualifications, Lin Fei was also shocked. This was the largest opening of the vault he had ever seen. More than 100,000 elites. Each of them emitted a powerful aura. They were no ordinary people. The fiends are here. Suddenly, Nangong Chantian pointed to a place. A majestic group of people was coming over, forming a dense black mass. These people did not come on battleships. They wore animal skins to protect themselves. Most of their bronze-colored skin was exposed, showing the powerful side of the fiends. The physical bodies of the fiends are so strong. Lin Fei thought, maybe they came through the void. If it was in the past, there might be people who would attack the fiends. But now, the fiends had the qualifications to protect themselves. No one dared to attack. If they attacked, the light beams would blow anyone up. Do you see the leader? Nangong Chantian asked Lin Fei. The guy with bronze-colored skin and a huge bow. Lin Fei had noticed him long ago. That person is the fiend's #1 young expert, Tai. He specializes in close combat. At the same time, the huge bow on his back is very lethal. No one can hide from him within 1,000,000 miles. He is a godly archer of the fiends. If you meet him, you must be careful of his bow. Who knows how many people have suffered because of it? Nangong Chantian reminded him. The fiend's Tai. He's just bragging. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been hiding among the fiends all day, Li Chengfeng said in a strange tone. This Tai seems to be very overbearing. He even dares to give himself such a name. Lin Fei said casually. But the big bow on his back is good stuff. Although he did not know how strong Tai was, the big bow on his back gave off a very dangerous aura. He was also known as a godly archer. His archery skills were probably superb. Even Nangong Chantian said so. If he really met him, he must be careful. The Oceanids are here too. Just then, another group of people appeared on the horizon. As soon as they appeared, the skies seemed to be filled with the majestic presence of seawater. It was filled with the smell of seawater. The one leading them is Caesar, the prince of the Oceanids Empire. He has a very powerful mastery of water. Nangong Chantian explained. He and Tai have been fighting for a long time. They're evenly matched. Lin Fei remembered another genius. Someone who could make Nangong Chantian speak up was no ordinary genius. The geniuses of the foreign tribes are here, too. As soon as the Oceanids arrived, another group of foreign tribes arrived. They were all strangely shaped and tall. When they saw the foreign tribes, the humans were enraged. Ha ha! Weak humans, are you angry? Come and kill me if you can. The humans will only be angry, but it doesn't matter. When a secret heavens vault begins, we will personally send you to hell. All the treasures in the secret heavens vault belong to the foreign tribes. You humans don't have a right. One after another, the outsiders were filled with arrogance, not taking the crowd seriously at all. These foreign tribes are so smart. They know how to provoke the humans. Nangong Qianqian saw through their tricks. They really are cunning. Lin Fei was immediately on guard against the foreign tribes. To be so arrogant from the beginning, they were either idiots or extremely skilled. Lin Fei believed that the latter was more likely. The mutated tribes had come, and they looked confident. They must have their own trump cards. He thought, it seems that the competition for the Tianji secret treasury will be a massacre. The mutated tribes, the demon race, and the sea race are not simple. For now, the human race seems to be the weakest,